Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are, before we begin, there are some special considerations for this virtual meeting with remote participation. Please mute your mic when not speaking, and I won't be able to see everyone on the screen at once, so I may not have the visual cues that you wish to speak. Instead, I may choose to go around and ask each of you by name for comments. And also, while we will not be using the Teams chat for comments or discussion, you can put your name in it. If you have, either type the word question or type your name, and so then we will know to call on you to give you time to speak as well. So, and then when I recognize you, then you can share your question at that time. So if you want to speak at other times, please say your name and then wait for me to recognize you before you speak. This will help us avoid to be talking over each other. And whenever speaking or making a motion, please say your name first. All votes today will be conducted by roll call. So the City of Tigard Budget Committee is now convened. Today's goal is to hear all of the information on the fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed City of Tigard budget, and to hear and hopefully approve the Town Center Development Agency fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed budget. I'd like to thank the committee for electing me as chair, and in addition, I'd like to thank Chris Spence for his willingness to be our secretary for a third term. In terms of just a few housekeeping items before we get into it, we will have breaks during the meeting. However, if you need to step away, please feel free to do so. We will have lunch. We'll have a scheduled lunch time, and we're on our own for lunch this year. And if you are unable to connect to the meeting or have any difficulties related to the budget committee meeting, please call 503-718-2528. Okay. Any questions before we get into introductions? All of that clear?
Leah, can you repeat that number again?
Absolutely. So if anyone is experiencing technical difficulties or unable to connect to the meeting related to the budget committee meeting, please call 503-718-2528. So at this time, I'll go around and call on each of you to introduce yourself and how long you've been volunteering for the city. So my understanding is that we have budget committee member Siobhan Chandler, who is on the budget committee but not able to attend this meeting today. Chris Spence, will you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Chris Spence. I've been on the budget committee as a citizen member for about 3 years now, and I think I have 2 years left. That's it for me.
Perfect, thank you. And Christine Mitchell.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chris Mitchell. This is my first year on the budget committee.
Thank you, and welcome. Jim Knowlton. Oh, I apologize. Jim is another person who is unable to attend this meeting, so we thank him for his service, and we'll hopefully see him at the next couple meetings. Tim Cadman.
Hey there, this is Tim Cadman, citizen member, and boy, I'm getting old, so my member's fading. I think this is my 4th year.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. It's been a long time running. And Mayor Jason Snyder.
Hi, I'm Mayor Jason Snyder, and I used to be the chair and a citizen member of the budget committee going back to the mid-2000s.
Thank you. And Council President Heidi Lube.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Heidi Lube, and this will be my 3rd budget cycle.
Counselor Liz Newton.
Hi, I'm Liz Newton. This is I was a budget committee citizen member in 2018, so I guess this is my fourth budget committee go around. It's my third year on the council as a budget committee member.
Thank you. And thank you, Council President Lube, as well. Counselor John Goodhouse.
Yes, John Goodhouse, Councilor Goodhouse, and I think this is my 6th year on the Budget Committee.
Thank you. And Counselor Jeanette Shaw.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you everyone for being here today. Along with Chris Mitchell, this is my first budget session and first budget year, so looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to introduce the city's leadership team as well. When I call on you, please share how long you've been with the city. We'll start with City Manager Steve Reimer.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday again. Thanks for being here. This is I started February 1st, so I haven't done the math, but it must be just under 100 days. So,
welcome to budget season. And Assistant City Manager Kathy Nyland.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy Nyland. As mentioned, I am the Assistant City Manager, and as of next week, I will be with the City of Tigard for 2 years.
Thank you. Police Chief Kathy McAlpine.
Good morning, Budget Committee. Chief Kathy McAlpine, and I have now been here 4 years.
Thank you. Central Services Director Nadine Robinson.
Good morning, I'm Nadine Robinson, Central Services Director. I am the long-term employee on this team. I've been with Tigard for over 30 years now, although not in my current role. Thanks.
Thank you for your time and dedication to the city. Public Works Director Brian Rager.
Good morning, Budget Committee. Brian Rager. I've been with the city 25 years.
Welcome. Thank you for your service to the city as well. Library Director Halstead Bernard.
Good morning, Budget Committee. My name is Halstead Bernard. I'm the Director of Library Services. I've been with Tigard for coming up on 5 years and coming up on 2 years in this role.
Thank you. Human Resources Director Dana Barrett.
Good morning, Budget Committee. I'm Dana Bennett, the Human Resources Director, and I've been with the city for 7 years.
Thank you. Community Development Director Kenny Asher.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Kenny Asher, Director of Community Development. I'm coming up on 10 years with the City of Tigard.
Thank you. And Community Manager Kent Wyatt.
Good morning, Budget Committee. My name is Kent Wyatt. I'm the city's communications manager. I've been with the city about 13 years and 2 years in this current role.
Thank you. City Attorney Shelby Rahala.
I don't believe our city attorney is with us today.
Okay, thank you for that information. And last introduction, Finance Director Toby LaFrance.
Good morning, Budget Committee, Tigard Community. Toby LaFrance, I'm the Finance and Information Services Director, and this is the 13th budget process that I've been lucky enough to shepherd along for the City of Tigard.
Thank you. So as a reminder, if anyone has a question on a presentation, please indicate that by placing your name in the meeting chat. After each presentation, Liz Lutz, who's helping to monitor that, will call on you if you indicated that you had a question in chat. And then again, we'll have times where I'll go around and ask everyone to make sure that everyone has an opportunity for input. So our next item of business is to hear the budget message and financial forecast from our budget officer, City Manager Steve Reimer, followed by the Finance and Information Services Director, Toby LaFrance.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. While we're waiting to pull the PowerPoint up, I did do my math. I've been here 83 days now, so this is my 83rd day. I want to say thank you to Toby, the finance team, Steve and Liz and Corey, as well as the leadership team for all of their efforts. I remember Toby and I had one of our first conversations, and he said, well, about 2 weeks, you need to make some decisions on the upcoming budget. And so we hit the ground running. But I can tell you, as I joined the team, saw the budget information that was put in place, a high level of confidence in the leadership team and our finance team's understanding of all the different moving parts of our operating and capital budget. So from my standpoint, it felt nice to come into an organization that really truly takes pride in that, and I appreciate it. It made my job a little easier here. So with that, I'm going to provide just some high level information. I'm happy to answer any other questions as well. And throughout this conversation, the entire leadership team is here, as you know. And so if we get into different questions, it may not always be the same presenter that answers it, but if it gets a little more detailed, one of our leadership team members will assist if it's their area of responsibility. So feel free to move on, Steve. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Let's go back one slide, Steve, to the schedule. I just want to set the expectation for all of us. One more, please. So just oh, there you go, right there is perfect. Thank you. So from a budget committee agenda outline, today is really the day that we provide, a large amount of information to you. And so we've tried to schedule in some Q&A time to make sure that all of you get the information you need or the clarification you need from the information that we're providing. The thought on the next meeting, which is May 3rd, is we're going to talk in more detail about the American Rescue Plan, which we'll introduce later. And then really the majority of time will be spent then on the follow-up items that come out of today's meeting. And then the last meeting on May 10th, we believe will be necessary, continue some follow-up items, and there may be some adjustments that come in from a timing standpoint from when we created the budget. So now we can really get into the budget in brief, if you will. So one thing we started this year, and thank you to Kent, finance team, and everyone in the communications team for working on the budget in brief. And we thought that was an important document to bring forward for all of you on the budget committee, and as importantly for our community, to get a baseline understanding from a high level of what's included in the budget. And so today we want to hit on a few of the things that we included in there, and then Toby obviously will get into a little more detail as we talk about our forecast. So you're going to see this slide 3 times today, and that's very intentional because everything that we've done has been set up to align with the strategic vision. As all of you know, this organization, the City Council, the community went through an update of our strategic plan and the vision that's in front of you, as well as the 3 priorities. And there's been a lot of conversation about the budget, as well as everything that we do, that we continue to align what we do with our leading and guiding documents. And so the strategic vision, the strategic plan, is the document that we really believe provides the highest level guidance for us. Next slide, Steve. Thank you. And then in addition to that, there's also the city imperatives that were created. And as the leadership team explains more of the detail of the budget today, you're going to hear about how we're improving systems, how we are implementing the strategic plan, as I just mentioned, our continued response and support of our community, both businesses as well as individuals and organizations from COVID-19. And then what I was very excited to see when I was joining this organization, the 4th imperative, anti-racism plan, and our newly created Public Safety Advisory Board. So from those areas, there were some outcomes that we thought aligned up with these quite well. Steve, you can go to the next slide if you don't mind. And some of the themes of the council's goals. I want to just spend a second on this. So typically the council will discuss goals for the upcoming 2-year period earlier in the year. This year, because of the transition that was happening, this process was moved till mid-March. And so on Tuesday of next week, the council is actually going to be discussing the for 21 through 23. So I would encourage the budget committee to look at that. We will make a note to send you the link. And the themes of the 4 goals that the council discussed on March 19th and 20th were developing a community resiliency plan and the implementation, how we're continuing to support those experiencing homelessness on a regional basis, our continued support of COVID-19, and then something that I know has been discussed in this community and at the budget committee level for many years is our Parks and Recreation funding and implementation. And so we're going through the master plan process right now. And as what the council is looking for here is us coming back in relatively short order with a realistic funding plan and an implementation strategy to continue to enhance Parks and Recreation services for our community. Next slide, please. And then as I started to talk about some of the outcomes that we think line up right with what you saw on the previous slides are here in front of you. And the team in both our operating budget as well as in our capital budget, which you're going to hear about later from our city engineer, you'll hear how we believe we are advancing these 5 key areas for the benefit of our community. Next slide, please. So spend the next couple minutes now starting to talk about the numbers. And overall, the total proposed budget, as you can see, is $388 million. Of that, the general fund is just under $38 million. And for a community our size, we have quite a substantial capital improvement plan, which I know Brian and many others on the call can attest to, of roughly $75 million next year, and overall for a 6-year period, $360 million. Next slide, Steve. Thank you. So we want to spend a little time to start with where does the money come from? And as you can see, there's the 3 main sources that equal the total resources of $388 million. And that's from our fund balance, our annual revenues, and our transfers. And we're going to spend just a little time now on our annual revenues to give you a little more detail on how the $150 million is made up of. Next slide, Steve. So as you can see, we have many funding sources that help support our budget and the things that we're bringing forward for your consideration today. One thing that we want to point out is if you look at property taxes, which is on top of the column there, and then if you go to the pie chart on the left, you can see it's about 16% of the budget. I think it's important for all of us in this meeting to recognize, as well as the community, that several times individuals may feel that their property taxes pay for everything that the city does. And in fact, property taxes is just one portion, and in this case, less than 20% of all of our revenues that are needed to deliver the services, projects, programs, and initiatives that the budget committee, the city council, and the community are wanting for the next year. And so a key thing there, as well as on the charges for services, is another area. And I know there's been a substantial conversation over the years of what are the charges for services for a variety of the different areas that we provide services to our community. And so that is just under 40%. And then you can see how it's rounded out in many other areas. And we'd be happy to get into any details that the budget committee would like on the annual revenues. Next slide, Steve. So on the point I made about where your tax dollars go, only 16% of our budget is made up of funds from taxes. And then if you look at it as a dollar bill here, where our taxpayers' money actually goes, ours just moved up to 18%, my understanding from the police levy that was approved last year, and kudos to all of you as well as the community for getting that passed. So we're at 18 cents, and Washington County is at 16 cents. We used to be right at 16 as well, and so we just have to revise the bill for next year. But you can see how our school district, how Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, the county, and others receive the vast majority of the tax dollars that taxpayers pay in the city of Tigard. Next slide. So now we'll start looking at how we spend the money in just a few high-level slides here before I conclude my part of the presentation here. Once again, looking at total requirements of about $388 million and the total appropriations of $228 million. Next slide, please. So the appropriations, as you can see, are really the funds that are available for our operations, our capital, debt service, our transfers, the contingencies that we put in place. And overall, about 39% of that is focused on our operations. I mentioned that we have a substantial capital improvement program, and that makes up 33% of it. And so there's some communities where operations may be a much higher percent, but because we do have such a substantial CIP here, you can see how the percents aren't quite equal, but they're near each other for both operations as well as capital. Next slide, please. So we want to break down the operations. There's 3 different ways you can really look at it, and we're going to share 2 of those with you today. The first is by the program expenditures. And so the overall operations there you can see is the $88 million plus, and really there's 4 key categories. The public works being the largest from a percent standpoint. And then community services, which I want to note, community services is our police department and library services combined. Then you have community development as well as our policy and administration areas. So those 4 areas by program make up our operational expenditures. Next slide, please. And then you can also look at it by category. And so once again, it's the same dollar amount. We're talking about our operation expenditures. And in this case, I really want to highlight the personnel side of it. Common, like the belief is about property taxes pay for all of our services. Many times people believe that the majority of our costs are related to our teammates that are delivering the services. And in our organization for this year, it's going to be about 49%, or just about half of our operational costs are related to teammates. And the rest are related to, as you can see, the interdepartmental charges, materials, and services. And so I think that's an important fact for all of us in the community to understand as well, that teammates are not all of the budget, but they make up roughly 50% of operations. And next slide, please. And just to wrap it up, as I started out mentioning the confidence that I had as I joined this organization, and understanding that financial sustainability and being stewards of public funds is a priority, that it's always nice to recognize the different awards that the city receives. And it's obviously our finance team is very much a primary lead in this, but it's also important for us to recognize that everything that this organization does day in and day out, it's a decision that the city council makes, it's a decision that the budget committee makes, and all of our different committees and boards and commissions to really roll up to allow us to be recognized for the different achievements we have. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions now, or I can hand it off to Toby and we can come back to any questions after that. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Reimer. So I'm not currently seeing any questions in the chat. So committee members, does anyone have questions in this time? We'll have an opportunity to ask questions as well after Director LaFrance's presentation. Okay, not hearing any requests for questions at this time. Director LaFrance.
Good morning, Budget Committee. Again, my name is Toby LaFrance, Finance and Information Services Director. Happy to present this year's 6-year financial forecast. This is a key part of the budget making process, as where our budget covers a single year. What we want to be able to do is we want to be able to make sure that that budget is sustainable financially. And so what we do every year is we update our 6-year forecast, make sure the decisions we're making now are decisions we can sustain into the future. And also it gives us a peek at what our future financial decisions are going to be, how soon we're going to need to make them, and about how large of a financial challenge they will be. So Steve, if you can move over to the next slide. And I would like to take a moment to thank Steve King, Senior Management Analyst, for running this slideshow for us today. So you'll be hearing Steve's name a lot. And I want to start by saying that Tigard is in good financial position overall through sound decisions from the Tigard team, council, this budget committee. We've been able to establish a broad enough range of revenues and healthy enough reserves that we were able to weather the COVID pandemic thus far without having to make cuts to services for any financial reasons. And as I cover the forecast, I'll be largely talking about decisions in this budget, how they impact the forecast, and the challenges ahead. I want to mention that because while I might be talking about a number of challenges, overall, Tiger's financial position is healthy, and we are financially in relatively good shape. So I also want to take a moment to thank, we have a multi-department team that assists with the forecast. So this is not something that's being done by myself in a vacuum. We reach out and we talk with not only within finance and information services, where Liz Lutz, analyst Steve King, and Corey Johnson have been helpful. We also work with our teammates, Lisa Shaw in police, Samantha Rico, Laura Berry, and Joseph Barrett in Public Works, and Tom McGuire in Community Development. All of them bring important perspectives, not just to their area of expertise. They provide a citywide perspective that we're able to use to come up with our assumptions that drive the forecast and review the forecast as we're going along. So a couple other basics to cover here is we do take, with our expenditures, we're not just taking the budget and forecasting that forward. As the budget represents the maximum amount we could spend, what we've done over the years is we analyze how much of that budget typically gets spent. Historically, that number's been around 95%. Recent history has been a little bit below that. And so we've done an updated analysis, and with this forecast, we are forecasting 93.5% of operating budgets are going to be spent going into the future. And then lastly, unless it's stated otherwise, our forecast only embodies known decisions that are being made from this budget, or decisions that will be impacting the future that have already been made. So we try not to assume future decisions. That way we can see what the size of those future decisions are going to need to be. Can we go to the next slide, please? So part of the work of the multi-department team is we spend the first meeting or two, and this is back in September of last year, trying to set our base condition for the forecast. This is essentially the environment we see that we'll be working in the next 6 years financially. It's worth noting that with this forecast, we do assume that there is an economic slowdown that is existing, it largely due to COVID, and that we will likely be seeing a recovery a year or two after the vaccine has been widely disseminated. And at the point in time in September that we were coming up with this base condition, we also acknowledged that there might be another round of federal stimulus funds coming forward that could potentially improve the results of the forecast. As we know now, those stimulus funds are being distributed. Tigard is going to benefit to the tune of about $11 2/3 million over the next 2 years. And so hopefully that may help out the forecast that you see in front of us. It's too early to tell. We haven't built it in yet. Next slide, please. A couple other things worth noting. Because of COVID, we have had some of our revenues impacted. The primary areas that have been impacted are traffic fines, which are largely within our general fund, the transient lodging tax, or TLT. That's part of that is also in our general fund, and part of that is in a separate special revenue fund, and gas tax revenues, which are riding at about 90% of pre-pandemic levels, and that's the forecast assumption we're using. We get that from ODOT, and that's impacting both our state gas tax fund, where our streets crew is located, as well as the city gas tax fund. Also, from a development side, and development is very important to the forecast, not only for areas like our building fund and planning fees, it also impacts our property tax revenue, which it is a significant revenue source for the city and the general fund overall. It also can then, with growth in development, we can also see downstream impacts to places like use of our utilities, both from our utility growth, as well as those utilities pay franchise fees. And so that also will help out our general fund. So we have some assumptions about how our development is going to be happening over the next 6 years within the city of Tigard. Next slide, please. So want to now get into, with that background, get into our various fund forecasts. And we start with the general fund. General fund is where a lot of the key operations of the city, such as police, library, community development, about half of our parks are all funded out of our general fund. And this is what I'm starting out with, what I call the basic or the traditional general fund forecast. This is, if you've been on the budget committee for any length of time, you would have been familiar with a forecast similar to this, where what this does is this takes the decisions that are in fiscal year 22 and forecasts them forward. Quickly, how to read the graph that's in front of you. The blue bars at the bottom represent the fund balance within the general fund. The red line would be our expenditures, and the green line would be our revenues. What you see is by the time we get towards the end of this forecast, the expenditures are almost touching the revenues. That's because our expenditures grow about 0.5% faster than our revenues. So without making any type of decisions, what eventually happens is those expenditures will cross the revenue line, and we'll start seeing a reduction in our reserves because we're spending more than we're bringing in. Finally, that orange bar or line at the bottom represents our cash requirement reserve. So one of the important things with the general fund is that with the general fund, we have property tax revenues come in December or late November, and those revenues represent a significant portion of our general fund. And what we need to have is reserves at the beginning of the fiscal year. So this cash requirement reserve is simply a matter of timing. So we need to have enough, about 25% of our operations, that's the level of the cash requirement reserve, needs to be in the bank on July 1st so that we can pay the bills, make payroll until we get to our property tax collections at the end of November, beginning of December. So we always want to make sure that our reserves, that blue line, exceed the cash requirement reserve. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to talk about now is the enhanced forecast, where the last forecast actually looked okay. What it did not take into account is the fact that we have a community that's growing. So if we make no decisions in the future to add any staff or professional services beyond current amounts, service levels will decline as our community grows. This enhanced forecast tries to take population growth as a factor. So again, how to read this forecast. Again, you see your expenditure line in red, revenue line in green. You can see that they are crossing each other and that the expenditures will start to exceed our revenues. We've also taken those reserves and we've broken them down into components. So you see a small green bar down there. That's our emergency reserve. We've been maintaining that at about $1 million a year, and it was put to use over the last couple of years during COVID to help us fund some of the relief within our community. Over the next, we've been able to bring that emergency reserve nearly back up to $1 million with some of the reimbursements we've received from the federal government. And at the end of this fiscal year, it'll be back up to $1 million. Next, we have the service level reserve. That's the sort of light blue, purplish bar down at the bottom. This is the reserve that we created by making some reductions back in fiscal years 19 and 20 to create a gap between our expenses and our revenues. We're taking that savings and we're putting it into our service level reserve. And the purpose of the service level reserve is to, over a mid-range time frame, be able to address the fact that we do not have enough revenues annual revenues to pay for inflation and keeping service levels constant. So in other words, adding to our services so that we can maintain a constant service level with a growing community. So we, the final reserve there, the darker blue bar is undesignated reserve. And having a reserve that is undesignated is not a bad thing. It gives the community flexibility, and it's a sign of a financially healthy organization. So, and then finally you see that dashed line, and that's our cash requirement reserve. What you can see with this forecast is if we continue to add to our services to try and keep up with population growth, we can do that for a few years. However, by fiscal year 27 or 28, by fiscal year 28, our service level reserve is gone. By fiscal year 29, fiscal year 30, we've essentially depleted all of our reserves. And you can see that the gap there between our expenses and our revenues has grown to be a couple of $1 million by that point in time. So, like I said, I want to point out that this service level reserve is a midterm solution to a long-term problem where revenues do not grow as fast as the need to support constant services in our community, essentially inflation plus population growth. It is worth noting that this forecast with the proposed fiscal year 22 budget in it does have an additional year of sustainability when compared to the adopted fiscal year 21 budget forecast. That has been made possible largely by two things. I mentioned earlier there was that assumption that our expenditure rate is going to go down to about 93.5%. That was one of the mitigating factors. A large impact for this comes from the decisions that are actually embodied in the fiscal year 22 proposed budget. When we're using that service level reserve in this proposed budget, it's generally for limited duration expenditures. Some of the costs that we have associated with Total Tyler, it's an implementation cost. We need it for a couple of years, and then it's going to go away. So by not adding ongoing expenditures, we're able to lengthen out the total amount of time that our service level reserve is viable. Over the next 2 to 3 years, to avoid getting to the point where the service level reserve is gone, where our expenditures far exceed our revenues, the Tiger team will be working with council and the budget committee to develop longer term solutions to continue to have a healthy and viable general fund. Next slide, please. This slide is here largely for informational purposes. Our utility bills, the fees that show up on utility bills fund a number of the operations of the city. We wanted to give the budget committee an idea of the size of some of these changes to the fees that are likely to come forward. I do want to give some caveats on this. Council is in the midst of determining what our water rates are going to be moving into the future. However, we have received some direction, and I can tell you that the overall rates will be going up by about 2% annually. By customer class, it's different and too early to put into this slide. On our sanitary sewer charges and stormwater and surface water charges, those are set by Clean Water Services. We have been given preliminary look at what they are doing with their rates, and they're increasing by about 4.5% to 5.5% for this upcoming year. For Tiger's sanitary sewer surcharge, that is indexed, and it's indexed to the Seattle cost of construction. And that's a cost that's, if anybody's been involved in construction over the last year, you know that costs are going up rapidly. And so this index reflects that. It is worth noting that this is a preliminary number. The numbers that would be going to council as part of the master fees and charges is based upon the April index. This is a preliminary look because it's the March index. We don't have the April index yet, so we weren't able to present that for Budget Committee. Similarly, street maintenance fee is also indexed, and there also, this is a preliminary look on the street maintenance fee. We're using March indices. We will be bringing changes based upon the April indices to Council during the budget hearing on the master fees and charges. Our Tigard stormwater surcharge was adopted back in December of 2019. The increase that was adopted at that point in time is good to keep through fiscal year 24. So there is no increase in that for the next year. And then on Parks and Recreation, while that's a large percent increase, the actual dollar increase is much smaller. So when you even have a small dollar increase in the Park and Recreation, it might have a large percent increase. We want to note that that increase is both based upon an index on the base fee, which is currently $6.16 per household, plus an additional $1.52 per month that was adopted back in October, and it will start on July 1 of 2021. Next slide, please. So as the next several slides, we'll be talking about various funds that are impacted by those utility rates. I want to start with our park funds. So with our park funds, not only do we have our park utility fund, but we have a number of funds that help fund the capital improvement plan for the city of Tigard. And so on these, what we're looking at are a series of bars, like the general fund, where those bars represented the fund balance. Each of these bars are the fund balance for the respective funds in this chart. What we are looking at here is the Parks Capital Fund, which generally should be about zero. Parks Capital Fund is a clearinghouse, and what we do there is we have our various capital-related revenue sources goes into the capital fund to then fund the capital projects for park improvements within the city of Tigard. It is worth noting that occasionally that is forecasted to dip below zero. That's because we do have a couple partially funded park projects in our 6-year CIP where we have identified grants that we will pursue. They just haven't been awarded yet. So we also have in there our Parks SDC fund, which has been healthy due to the level of development that's been occurring within the city of Tigard. We will be using those funds to help expand the number of parks that we have and the facilities within those parks, and that's embodied within our 6-year CIP. We also have our Parks Bond Fund, which should be fully utilized within this forecast period. There's been about $800,000 left from that $17 million park bond that has been waiting for the right park to purchase. So we have a plan to make that happen. And then we get into our Park Utility Fund. Park Utility Fund shows a steady fund balance. It is worth noting that within the Park Utility Fund, it does include costs for the facility project that the city is pursuing. Likewise, if we are assuming that the Park Utility Fund is going to pay for those costs, we are also assuming that there will be revenues in terms of a park and recreation fee increase to help support those costs. Lastly, I want to point out that it is worth noting that Council is setting a goal that will result in options for long-term park funding, and this is both the park service levels and how we're going to fund them. This is a 2-year goal, and I fully expect that over the next 2 fiscal years, we'll be coming to the Budget Committee with solutions on long-term funding for our parks system. Next slide, please. So here we're talking about our transportation funds, and if you look at the graph, what you can see is we have a number of funding sources for our transportation system. This is both the operations of our transportation system, largely handled within the gas tax fund, which is the first red bar on this chart each year. It is a fund that does have gas tax revenues that are at 90%. What we have had to do to keep this fund healthy is move capital project costs out of our state gas tax fund and into some of these other funding sources. Gas tax, like parks, like general fund, does have facility costs. In this case, because that's where our streets team is located, is in the gas tax fund. In this case, it will keep a viable gas tax fund by adding these facility costs. The opportunity cost of doing so is that we will need to continue to move capital costs out of the gas tax fund and keep that fund largely just for the operations of the city's transportation system. It is also worth noting there is a large light blue bar there that you see declining significantly. We've been able to save the county's transportation development tax revenues. That's revenues that are paid for through development when developers are adding housing and commercial facilities within the city of Tigard. Been able to save that over the last several years, and we're now planning on using that to fund McDonald Street enhancements between 99 and Hall Boulevard to make that a complete street. Sidewalks, bike lanes, center lane. So that's been on our list for a while, and we're excited to be able to do that project. Next slide, please. With our water, sewer, and stormwater, so these are our liquid utilities within the city of Tigard. What you can see is again, we've got operations and capital running through these funds. These funds are stable, and we're able to cash fund our capital projects. Also, here the forecasts do include the cost of facilities. Unlike some of our other funds that we were talking about, where there's some opportunity costs, we're going to need to shuffle some of our expenses to pay for these facilities. It appears that at least over our forecast period, these utilities and their operations are able to pay for additional facility costs within the existing revenues and existing rates that our customers pay. And next slide, please. So overall, again, I opened with that Tigard's finances overall are healthy, are in a good condition. Hopefully, through this forecast, I've been able to highlight some of those areas. We're not without challenges. And so I just want to point out three main ones. They're here on the slide. COVID has put pressure on a select set of revenues. We've been able to make adjustments accounting for those impacts, and we've been able to maintain healthy reserves and be able to maintain service levels, and we haven't had to make cuts to our services because of COVID. General fund service level reserve, it's helping us out in the midterm. It's doing exactly what we designed it to do when we set it up a couple of years ago. We will need to seek a long-term financial sustainability solution for our general fund in the next 2 to 3 years. This is going to be part of the work of this budget committee. I look forward to working with this budget committee and the council for doing that. And then lastly, we do have facility costs. It's a major project for the city of Tigard. We've had our operations essentially not have to pay for the cost of facilities. Think of that as a lease cost or a mortgage cost, because we have owned our facilities. That said, we have an extensive project that shows that we won't be able to keep them long-term, maintain the growth within our community, and have viable, safe facilities with enough room to provide services in the city of Tigard. So we're pursuing that project, and we've been able to build that into the forecast. It is impacting some of our funds, but there's opportunity costs associated with it. And that said, we've been able to account for it within this forecast and still maintain relatively healthy forecasts within the city of Tigard. With that, that concludes this part of the presentation. And I believe, Madam Chair, we're going to go now, if there's no immediate questions, to public testimony.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Director LaFrance and City Manager Reimer for those presentations. So the next portion of our meeting, we will be moving into public comment and public testimony. So if you wish to call in, oh, actually, looks like before we move that, we have some 2 questions from our budget committee members. So I'd like to pause and acknowledge those. We'll start with Councillor Newton and then move to Councillor Goodhouse. So Councillor Newton.
Oh dear. Okay, thank you very much. You're all looking blue on the screen. 3 unrelated questions, Mr. LaFrance. When you talked about the assumptions in River Terrace, I think it was 150 to 200 units. You were speaking of the River Terrace that's currently under construction, not the one that's being added, potentially added as part of the UGB. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
River Terrace 2.0 might be in the forecast the last couple of fiscal years in terms of coming in to like planning levels. That said, it's not a major assumption within this forecast.
Okay, great. The second thing that you talked about is we talk about funding the parks utility share of the new consolidated facility through the park and recreation fee. That's a funding strategy that's currently under review, but it hasn't been 100% correct. Is that correct? And that's the assumption we're making, but that could change. Okay.
That could change. I will say, right now, Parks has essentially 2 funding sources. It's the fee and its general fund, and it's about 50-50. So it's worth pointing out that the forecast does not assume that general fund's paying more for that. It assumes that for Parks it needs to come from another revenue source. And since currently, at least, there's only 2 revenue sources, that would need to be the park and recreation fee.
Okay, thanks. And my last question, actually, it was really a great presentation, very thorough. The last slide where you talked about the upcoming challenges, since we've gone back to a higher level of, restrictions under COVID, I'm a little concerned that coming out of COVID may take longer than we had hoped. And so I think we may have more funding challenges in the near term around the impacts of COVID than we'd hoped. So that may be affecting our short-term resources to a greater degree than we thought. So just wanted to make that comment. I'd hope we'd be in a better position than we are now, but that's the way things are. So thanks.
Absolutely, and as you point out, it may take longer. We have to make some assumptions. We try to set them up in the base conditions so you can see what we're thinking. And it may take longer, which would, of course, then negatively impact the forecast.
Thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, Director LaFrance. I know we've talked about this a couple times, and I years ago pushed to get the emergency fund set up. One thing going forward, if COVID's shown us anything, is to really have a dedicated emergency fund. And I know we've talked about looking at some strategy as far as where that overall balance should be, and if there's a certain percentage we should put away or how we should put away that amount each year so we can hit that rate. I know we've talked before about other cities having a plan where a certain percentage goes into that, and you have a certain amount, a target amount you want to hit. And so I'd like to have that something be that this budget committee looks at and has in place, because with COVID, or if we have a natural disaster or anything like that come along, we want to make sure that we have that fund in place.
Thank you, Councilor Goodhouse. Yeah, I've done some initial look, and currently the city's practice is that we try and maintain that at $1 million. And as we learned as a community, it did come in, it was useful to have this last fiscal year. So the 2 primary models that I've found thus far is having a set dollar figure and trying, you deplete it when it's needed, you add to, then you build it back up, or you try and set it at a % of operations, effectively. And so right now we're working on that first model. It is an item that the budget committee, if they wanted to, could look at. One of the things to point out with that is essentially there is only so much reserve, and to build up. So within our forecast, for instance, if we change the emergency reserve, essentially that would be moving it from undesignated into emergency. And there's certainly capacity within our undesignated reserve to do that. So that's something that if the budget committee wishes to take up that discussion, that's something we can certainly look at. And those are the two models that I've been able to find so far.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions from council budget committee members before we move into public testimony? Okay, so not hearing any, I'd like to move us into public comment and public testimony. So for anyone listening, if you wish to call in to provide testimony, please call 503-966-4101. That is, again, 503-966-4101. When you get the opportunity to speak, please state your name for the record. Please speak directly into the phone and limit your comments to 2 to 3 minutes. And we have one of the city team members who is managing that for us. And so, Mike, I understand we may have a caller. Is this for the general City of Tigard budget or for the TCDA?
Madam Chair, we'll have to ask that of the caller when we put them through. There's just no way for us to gather that information ahead of time.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So then, yes, we are ready for the caller.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, this is Sean Martinez. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. Please state your name for the record. Please speak directly into the phone and plan for your comments to be 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you so much for calling in.
Definitely. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sean Martinez. I live in Tigard. We're actually right on the county line on Southwest Trailer Church and about 65th. I just wanted to voice my support for walk-roll infrastructure and transit. I know that we are lacking out here on the outskirts of the city. We don't have weekend bus service on the 43. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have bike lanes. It makes it very difficult to leave our car at home and try to be more conscious of our impact of driving a vehicle. So I'd like to see more spending on walk and roll infrastructure and transit, and I've seen these proposals online, and I appreciate that. Specific examples are we recently, I rode my bike with my 5-year-old. She rode her bike to Cook Park, which is a 17-mile round trip, which was a pretty awesome experience. But the lack of bicycle infrastructure makes it difficult. We do appreciate having the Fano Creek Trail and the Tigard Heritage Trail, but most of these facilities are not connected. It makes things difficult. And I know that we are, the city is talking about improvements on Hall Boulevard, which is our safe route to school at Metzger Elementary. And we're also talking about some connections on 79, maybe even finishing the Fano Creek Trail at Cook Park, which I really appreciate. I think focusing more on walkable and bikeable Tigard, great. Fewer cars, fewer emissions, and less traffic violence would be something to strive for. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martinez, for your comment. we will take it into consideration as part of our discussions. Do we have any other callers on the line at this time?
There are no other callers at this time.
Okay, so I will repeat the call-in phone number again. If someone wishes to provide call-in testimony, please call 503-966-4101. That's 503-966-4101. At this time, we will move, Liz with the Finance Department has collected written testimony that has come to the city and provided each of you with a copy. Liz will summarize these comments, and I do want to add a note as well that in terms of having everything be able to be prepared for the committee and for the meeting, there was a deadline of noon on Thursday, so all written testimony submitted before then will be presented at this meeting today, and all written testimony submitted after that will be presented at the May 3rd Budget Committee. So thank you so much, and Liz, we are ready for you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, committee. I sent this email to you yesterday morning, but just to do a summary, we received public testimony from Chris Latt, who was referring to the high cost for water and new higher rates. Toby and our executive manager for water utilities, John Goodrich, responded to that, and those are all enclosed in your email. Additionally, Beatrix Cadeau sent two separate emails from two different email sources, but they pretty much said the same thing, which was to recommend a municipal bank. Talking about community gardens that are pesticide free, suggested a co-op model grocery store in the city, safety for pedestrians and bicyclists, and Toby responded to those emails as well. And again, all included in your email. The last wasn't a public testimony, but it was a call and then a subsequent email from Ron Royce, who is in charge of the Tigard 4th of July, who wanted me to know and to pass on to you that the 4th of July is canceled again for this year, but they have already put down a $3,600 deposit for fireworks. They've done that at the end of last season, and it's non-refundable. And so they're hoping to purchase the additional fireworks and have them held at the fireworks location, the vendor, for the year until next year. So he wanted me to know that they did want to keep their request in place, even though there is no show this year. So I responded that I would indeed pass that on to you. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Yeah, so this is Leah Voigt. So Liz, I just wanted clarification from the message about the fireworks. My understanding was that it was not to purchase additional fireworks. It would be, so the money that they paid towards deposit already, that this money that they're requesting for us to leave in place would kind of pay for the full cost of the show that had already had the deposit put down on it, and in hopes of being able to preserve it for next year. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, they don't want to lose their deposit.
Can I ask a quick follow-up there to Pastor Ron?
Yes, will you state your name first, please?
Sure. Yeah, this is Chris Pence of the Budget Committee. Ron mentioned in his email that they would need some kind of special housing to keep the fireworks stored. Can you just get a quote on that from him, just to make sure it's less than the $3,600?
I can do that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Do any other committee members have questions on the written testimony that was just presented? Okay. And then I would like to ask as well, we are still within the time frame for public comment and public testimony, so I would like, before moving on, to ask if we have had any additional callers call in to provide comment or testimony.
Madam Chair, at this point in time, there are no additional callers.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will take into consideration the public comment and the public testimony that we have heard so far during our deliberations this afternoon. And at this time, yeah, we'll, I guess, continue to keep that open for questions from the Budget Committee or comments from anything we've heard so far this morning, from presentations, public comment, or testimony. So I'm going to go through each of our Budget Committee members and give you each a chance to ask questions. So, Chris Mitchell, do you have any questions at this time?
Thank you. I have no questions at this time.
Thank you. Tim Catman?
Hey there. Yeah, this is Tim Catman. Just want to make a comment. This is probably the most well-prepared and well-presented budget that I've seen in my, I think it's 4 years here on the Budget Committee. So I just wanted to acknowledge Toby LaFrance and the staff for just a really commendable job. The graphics in the document itself, so easy to read, so easy to follow. So just wanted to say thank you very much for the obvious extra effort that went in this year.
Thank you, Tim. And then Chris Spence, do you have any comments or questions that you would like to add?
I do not at this time.
Thank you. Mayor Jason Snyder?
No questions or comments at this time.
Thank you. Council President Liu?
Thank you. I don't have any questions or comments, but I'd like to echo that, all of the information provided has been really excellent and easy to read through. So thank you for the effort that went into such a great presentation and documents.
Thank you. Councilor Newton?
No more questions from me, and I echo what everyone said. Very thorough presentation. Thanks.
And Councilor Goodhouse?
Yes. I guess my comment would be is from with the comment with Director LaFrance is if this committee wants to look further either this year or next year at what we want to do with the emergency fund, if we want to keep it where it's at, if we want to grow it, if we want to look at adding to it, or any kind of methods like that. So I don't know if that's something that is brought up now or how we decide if we want to look at that going forward.
Okay, I guess I'll ask for clarification for Director LaFrance, but I imagine that would be something we could discuss further in our deliberation this afternoon. Director LaFrance, what is your input?
Absolutely, it's something that the Budget Committee could take up as a financial policy for the city, and it's something that could be discussed this afternoon, or I could bring back further information for council, for the Budget Committee to discuss at either May 3rd or May 10th.
Thank you. So perhaps this afternoon we could prepare additional questions and then follow up. Councilor Goodhouse, did you have any other questions on that topic?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Shaw.
Thank you. No questions, and one comment, and that's just echoing the praise and appreciation for both Finance Director Toby LaFrance, but also the staff that worked very hard on this. And I think he called it a multi-department team. So thank you very much. For my first budget cycle, it's been very easy to understand, and I very much appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you all for your input. So at this time, we will recess the City of Tigard Budget Committee meeting, and we will, our next will to be convene the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee. I guess I would inquire, I know we are a couple minutes ahead of schedule. Is there interest or I guess city team members, would this be a good time to take a 5-minute break and then return, or should we continue straight in at this time? What would be the recommendation?
I'd recommend a 5-minute break and then reconvene at 10:20 if that works for everyone. Chair?
Perfect, thank you so much. So yeah, we have recessed the City of Tigard Budget Committee meeting. We will come back together at 10:20 to continue and to convene the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee meeting. So thank you all. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, so Chris Spence, are you here at this time?
I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. Christine Mitchell, or Chris? Are you here at this time?
I am here, thank you.
Thank you. Tim Cadman, are you here with us? Okay, we will come back to that in just a moment. Mayor Snyder, are you back on the call? Thank you. Council President Lube?
Here.
Thank you. Councilor Newton?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilor Goodhouse?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Shaw?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And then Tim, are you, Tim Cadman, are you here on the line? I guess we will move into the to convening the Town Center Development Agency. We'll continue to circle back to make sure Mr. Cadman is able to join us. So the City of Tigard Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee is now convened. Today's goal is to hear all of the information on the fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed TCDA budget, and to hear and hopefully approve the Town Center Development Agency fiscal year 2021 to 2022 proposed budget. As part of this process, we will start by hearing the TCDA budget message and presentation, and to facilitate that, we have Budget Officer Steve Reimer and Redevelopment Project Manager Sean Farley. Whenever you're ready, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you for the break as well. As the Chair just said, we are now going to discuss the Town Center Development Agency. Steve, you can go to the next slide if you don't mind. And here's the second time for today. You're going to see the strategic vision. And once again, just like the overall city budget that you heard, the TCDA budget is also grounded in our strategic vision and the 3 priorities. And I want to thank Sean and the team and Kenny for their efforts in developing the budget that you're about to hear now from Sean, our redevelopment project manager. So with that, I will turn over to Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Could you go to the next slide, please? My name is Sean Farley. I'm the city's redevelopment project manager, and the Town Center Development Agency is the separate entity that administers our tax increment financing districts, also known as urban renewal districts. So in Tigard, we have 2. We have the City Center TIF district, which was formed in 2006, and it's our more mature district. It's modestly funded, maximum indebtedness, which is another way of saying the budget for the urban renewal projects is $22 million, and that's over 20 years. And the city center district, you can see in brown there outlined. It's the area, Main Street, Faneuil Creek, Hall Boulevard, current, also commonly known as our downtown. The second and newer TIF district is the Tigard Triangle District, and that's outlined there in red. That's was formed in 2017, so it's kind of just getting off the ground now. It's the area formed by I-5, Highway 99W, and Highway 217 in general, and has a much larger maximum indebtedness of $188 million. That is over 35 years. And so both of these districts have plans that with projects that these maximum indebtedness funds would pay for. And importantly to note, in Tigard, the voters need to approve these districts and also substantial amendments to them. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go over first our city center accomplishments for the current fiscal year. One is senior housing alongside the senior center. Senior center is in our urban renewal district, and we've signed a development agreement with a nonprofit affordable housing developer to develop 57 units of much needed affordable housing for seniors on the senior center site. Another accomplishment, there's a property on Main Street that's been vacant for quite a number of years now. It was a former brownfield it was contaminated, and the agency, with the help of some federal cleanup money, cleaned up that site, and we have now sold it to a developer who will be developing a really cool project on the site, 22 apartments and ground floor retail. And then on the Universal Plaza is our plan for a signature public space in our downtown. We cleared the site and we've made some significant design progress, and we'll see that here in a minute. Next slide. So for next fiscal year, one of the biggest project we're going to be working on is the Universal Plaza, and this is a image of the design. There'll be a water feature, and it'll have a room for significant community events, the farmers market, other large community events could be held there. So we're going to complete the design and engineering of that project, and construction is on track to begin in early 2022. And we'd also build a connection to the Faneuil Creek Trail to connect to the rear of the plaza. Next slide. Main Street, Green Street Phase 2. You're probably familiar with the Phase 1, which was done basically from 99W to the rail tracks. What that does is rebuilds the street, makes safer pedestrian connections, Green Street features, which keeps contamination out of Faneuil Creek, and puts in new light fixtures and different street amenities. The Phase 2 would complete that improvement from the railroad tracks to Scoffins, and that is finishing up design and engineering, and construction would begin in late summer of this year. Next slide. We're also planning to continue our popular matching improvement grant project. Program. We've awarded 28 grants for substantial improvements to buildings that have attracted some new businesses. This year we also funded some repairs that were a result of some vandalism that happened during a demonstration earlier this year. Next slide. So the I mentioned earlier a substantial amendment. We're actually proposing one this year. It's on the ballot, May 18th. Measure 34305. That would add $20 million to the maximum indebtedness, and it would fund some new projects in the city center. and extend the life of the district about 9 years. So our proposed budget for FY 21-22 doesn't depend on the passage of that. However, some future projects could be impacted, like the phase 2 of the Universal Plaza, which would build that shade structure and a community room. Those could be impacted if the substantial amendment doesn't pass. So there is more information on that on the city's website. It's the city's web address / on the ballot. Also has a video that goes into a little more detail about how tax increment financing works. Next slide. So moving on to the Tigard Triangle. So our accomplishments this current year, Red Rock Creek Commons, which is an affordable housing development, was built by Community Partners for Affordable Housing. That opened. They're the recipient of actually the first TIF money that we spent in that district to support the construction and development of that project. It's 48 deeply affordable units. A market rate project, which has also received some development assistance from the agency, called the Overland, and this is a rather large project that is currently under construction in the corner of Dartmouth and 72nd. It's going to be 215 apartments and significant retail on the ground floor. So that's going to bring a lot of new people to the Triangle. And then the new Tigard Triangle project was actually about a 2-year-long project where we worked with the community to prioritize our urban renewal projects. And the top 2 identified projects as priorities were identified as affordable housing, which we're devoting significant revenue to, and parks, which we also will be devoting significant resources to. And that will be our guide, our implementation guide for the Tigard Triangle for these next few years. Next slide, please. So these are actually images of projects I mentioned before. The gray building is the Red Rock Creek Commons, and then the architectural drawing there, that's the Overland project. For FY 21-22, we are going to continue funding, having those monies available. There's at least 2 other affordable housing projects that are in the pipeline and would likely be eligible to receive some development assistance. Next slide. We're looking to acquire park property with all of these new residential projects that are happening. There could be at least 1,000 new apartments in the next 5 years in the Triangle, if all the ones that are planned now come to fruition. And there's currently no parks in the Triangle, so we are redoubling our efforts to acquire park property. Not easy right now because property owners are also interested in developing their properties, but we are going to take a run at a few identified potential properties this year. Next slide. And then we have a business opportunity fund. That'll likely work similar to our matching improvement grant program that we've been running for a few years in the city center. But we're probably going to be more deliberate about focusing on retaining businesses that are in the Triangle now, focusing on disadvantaged communities that might want to open businesses, and integrate it with some of our citywide economic development programs that are currently underway or in planning. Next slide. So that's the highlights of our 2 districts and what we're planning on working on this next fiscal year. Any questions?
This is Chris Pence, Budget Committee. Quick question on the affordable housing. When we get affordable housing units in Tigard, are they all privately owned and operated? Is there any special regulations after that's completed?
So yeah, the city doesn't run any affordable housing developments. Typically, the way they're produced, either by nonprofit entities that are that focus on building affordable housing, or the county housing authority also will own and operate. Well, they also partner with private entities too to build these properties. So yeah, building affordable housing in the U.S. is very complicated, involves a lot of different funding stacks. Our urban renewal TIF financing is able to help close the gap on some of these projects, and it's really important to address the regional affordable housing crisis that we're in the midst of.
Yeah. I guess my question is more long term. How do we make sure that it stays affordable?
Oh, okay. Yeah, when these funding sources, typically federal tax credits, different state monies, they are required to keep those properties affordable for different periods of time. I think different programs have different requirements. Sometimes it's 20 years, sometimes it's 50 years. So in order to get those funds, they have to be affordable for a period of time, and there's different ways that affordability is defined. It's typically people who make 80% of the area median income or below, although there's a new focus on people making lower than that, 60% or even 30%. So yeah, to get funding from the different sources, there has to be a requirement to keep them affordable. And then these nonprofit developers, that's kind of their mission. So they aim to keep those units affordable in perpetuity for the life of the building.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I will recognize Liz Newton for the next question or comment.
Hi, thank you, Chair. My question is regarding the Fano Creek Overlook project, which I think we renamed the Niff Wilson Memorial Plaza. When we did that renaming last spring, my memory was that we said it was going to be under construction in 22, and I didn't see it listed, so I went to the CIP, and it looks like we've moved it to FY 23. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's just
I just asked because I know the family is following that, so yeah. Thanks.
It's correct. It's kind of a bandwidth issue, or just our ability to manage multiple projects. We do intend to get the design started this next fiscal year, but likely would not be constructed until FY 22-23.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. And I see a question or comment from Chris Mitchell as well.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if you could provide a little bit more information on the City Center project that you mentioned would be impacted by the ballot measure in May. Just if there's any additional detail on where that project would stop if the ballot measure isn't passed.
So specifically with the Universal Plaza?
Yes.
Right. So, we're planning on building the Universal Plaza in 2 phases. The first phase that would be built starting early 2022 would basically build out the ground plane of the plaza and that water feature, which is one of our most requested amenities, and a number of other amenities, lawn area and benches, lighting, restrooms. Those would all be built in phase 1. Phase 2 would build that large structure, kind of a shade structure, along with a community room. And so that, if the ballot measure does not pass, that would affect the timing of our ability to build that phase 2. It might be pushed out a few more years. In addition, the urban renewal amenities amendment, the substantial amendment that's on the ballot would pay for things like new streets, would pay for an extension of the the Tigard Heritage Trail. It would fund a number of other efforts in the city center, affordable housing, and purchasing property to support mixed-use development.
Okay, thank you. So phase 1 would not be impacted, but phase 2 would.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to move into public comment and public testimony, and we'll have more opportunities for questions later. So if you are if you would like to call in to provide testimony, please call 503-966-4101. Again, that is 503-966-4101. And at the time that you call in, please state your name and address for the record. Please speak directly into the phone and limit your comments to 2 to 3 minutes. At this time, do we have anyone in queue for public testimony?
We do not have any callers at this time.
Thank you. Liz will summarize any comments for the TCDA budget that have been received in writing. So Liz, please read the public testimony comments.
We have no public testimony comments for TCDA at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, we will move into discussion. And I would say if we have any callers that come online in the next 10 minutes, then please let us know and we'll make time to include that in part of, or to hear that as part of our discussion. So at this time, I would like to go around to all committee members to hear if you have any questions. So Chris Bent.
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Mitchell.
No other questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Cadman.
Hey there. No questions or comment at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Snyder.
Yeah, Sean, just a quick question on Main Street, Green Street Phase 2. I feel like we've been talking about doing that project the following year since before I became mayor. And we're now many years into that. So is that, I guess, can you just give more specific timing information about that? Because I just feel, I guess, uncomfortable with how long it's been that we keep saying we're doing it and then we don't.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely impacted by COVID. I think they had planned to get underway last fiscal year, and so just the outreach that they wanted to do is basically being run by our Public Works Department. They weren't able to do, but my understanding is that it will definitely be happening in August. You know, I just don't have other information, but I haven't been that involved in the actual planning, but my understanding is that in August it will begin construction, and they're planning for about a year, start to finish.
Thank you.
Sure.
Council President Lube.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Councilor Newton.
No more questions for me. Thanks.
Councilor Goodhouse.
No questions. Just a comment. I wanted just to highlight. I know Sean Farley talked about a little bit about the projects and the ballot initiative coming forward, but those for the public watching and or watching the recording afterwards. that belt measure is really important to the downtown area. There's a lot of projects we want to work on, move forward. Hopefully there's a proposed parking structure, more development of the Universal Plaza, just more making it more of a vibrant, active downtown Tigard. So anyone watching that ballot measure is really important. And with the tax increment financing, it doesn't affect the taxpayers. Basically, any additional growth on the any increase of property tax just goes back in the district to do those projects. So I just want to emphasize how important that is for that to pass coming up this May.
Thank you. And Councillor Shaw.
Great, thank you. No questions, just a couple comments. One, I want to thank the mayor for his question, and then also Councillor Goodhouse for raising the importance of the May 18th ballot initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to circle around to see if we had any public comment or public testimony. Anyone call in for that?
We do not have any callers in the queue at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we will move forward then. As a note for understanding, the committee members that make up the City of Tigard Budget Committee also make up the Budget Committee for the TCDA as well. With that, would anyone like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2021-2022 TCD, or would anyone like to propose any amendments to the fiscal year 2021-2022 TCDA budget at this time? Okay, not hearing any. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2021-2022 TCDA budget as presented?
Hey, Leah, this is Tim Cadman. I'd like to make a motion to approve the TCDA 2021-2022 motion as presented.
Thank you.
Councillor Lube, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Liz, let's please take a roll call vote. For anyone voting, if you're in favor, please say yes. If opposed, please say no.
Chair Leah Vogt?
Yes.
Councillor Newton? Councillor Goodhouse?
Yes.
Chris Spence?
Yes.
Council President Lube?
Yes.
Tim Cadman?
Yes.
Mayor Snyder?
Yes.
Councillor Shaw?
Yes.
Thank you.
So with that, the TCDA budget as proposed passes. So
Thank you for your consideration.
At this time, we will adjourn the TCDA Budget Committee meeting. Thank you to everyone who's been involved and presented and answered questions. So the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee is adjourned. At this time, we will take a 10-minute break and come back together at 11 a.m. to reconvene and continue with the City of Tigard Budget Committee. Before we do that, I'd like to ask city team members, I know that presentations for that were expected to start at 11:25 a.m. Are presenters ready and able to begin that at 11, or would they need additional time?
Okay, thank you. Yep, thank you, Chair. I believe we're all here, and you'll confirm during the vote.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will take a 10-minute break and come back together at 11 a.m. Hello, everyone. So it is 11 o'clock now. We will come back together in preparation for reconvening the City of Tigard budget meeting. I would like to make sure that everyone is back and ready for the next portion of our meeting. So, Chris Benz, are you here?
I'm here.
Thank you. Chris Mitchell?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Tim Cadman?
Tim is here.
Okay, I'm hearing some feedback, so I'm going to ask that anyone who's not speaking, please put yourself on mute. Thank you. Mayor Snyder?
I'm here.
Thank you. Council President Liu?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilor Newton?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilor Goodhouse?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilor Shaw?
Here.
Okay, and then is the finance team and our presenters ready as well?
Yes.
I think we're ready.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, the City of Tigard Budget Committee is now reconvened. We will hear from the city's leadership team. I'm going to pause again and ask that anyone who's not speaking, please place yourself on mute. So we will now hear from the city's leadership team on accomplishments from the last year and the 4 imperatives that form the basis for the fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed budget. The leadership team members will pause between each presentation to answer any questions from the budget committee. So at this time, I will turn it over. I believe our first presenter is Kathy Nyland, and I will turn it over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair and members of the Budget Committee. Again, my name is Kathy Nyland, and I am Tigard's Assistant City Manager. So this morning, I have the honor of presenting some of our recent accomplishments. This portion could easily last hours because we did a lot, but I'll focus on just some of our citywide successes. Throughout the day, you will be presented with a lot of information, economic forecasts to various funding mechanisms. You'll hear about the proposed budget and how we are planning for the next fiscal year and preparing for years to come. The proposed budget is about how we, as a city, want to move forward, which is important. But it is equally important to look back, especially now. It's important to review and take a moment to reflect. First, let me start by stating the obvious. Last year was a year like no other. In 2020, the year was introduced and overcome by the COVID-19 virus, a pandemic that we as a society have not experienced in the last century. And what we thought might only be weeks has been months, more than a year actually. Last year, we saw another crisis become even more visible. That is those experiencing homelessness. When the governor ordered the state to stay at home, we suddenly saw how many people did not have that option. Last year, we also saw the impacts of climate change. The 2020 Oregon wildfire season was one of the most destructive on record. More than 1 million acres of land were burned and thousands of homes destroyed. Checking air quality levels became a part of our daily routine. It was yet another reminder of the importance of our facilities, specifically ventilation and HVAC systems. Who knew? Months later, we were met with another historic event, a storm that brought snow and ice. It was the worst storm this area has seen in decades. The staggering effects of that storm caused hundreds, if not thousands, of downed trees, and hundreds of thousands of people in this region were without power for days. And then Tigard experienced more unrest when a peaceful gathering turned into a riot. So in the course of a year, we went from stay at home to evacuate your home to your home might not have heat and electricity for days. Though we were met with challenges, so many challenges, we persisted. We were challenged and we still carried on. What you see before you on screen may look like a bunch of numbers. Those numbers represent the hard work of our team, the hours spent overcoming obstacles and finding ways to achieve. So let me run through some of our accomplishments by the numbers. 397, the number of days since Governor Kate Brown issued a statewide stay-at-home order in response to COVID-19. 14, the number of functional and hazard annexes we have tested and exercised in our emergency operations plan. That plan only has 19 sections. We just went through 14 of them. 7, the number of our state of emergencies that we declared, which also includes multiple extensions. 150, by partnering with Washington County, the number of small local businesses we provided personal protective equipment, or PPE, during critical shortage times to help maintain protection. 35 local foster care facilities were also provided PPE for their protection. $200,000, the amount our Resident Aid Fund of Tigard, also known as the RAFT program, distributed to 8 area nonprofits to provide rent, utility, food, and housing support to our Tigard's most impacted housed and unhoused residents. 591, the number of grants we distributed to 396 businesses. $90,000, the amount we received through the Community Resilience Project, which funded 29 projects, including Tigard Thanks, our holiday walk, a new community mural, and Hope Bloom's flower delivery. 413, the number of customers helped through our Tigard Day program, assisting with utility bills by offering almost $300,000 in support. Other notables, included but not limited, include we received the first ever Popular Annual Financial Report Award, also known as the PAFR. We created an IT project management office. We implemented a business license fee waiver program. We launched Streets for People as a COVID-19 response pilot program. We succeeded in passing the police service levy, which feels like a lifetime ago. Continued library services through creative means like the curbside pickup program. Increased outreach and engagement numbers for virtual council engagement during COVID. We created contact cards to help community navigate the city, making it more accessible. We expanded operations to accommodate our photo enforcement speed citation process. We eliminated court fees that could help result in barriers to access, eliminating those barriers. We updated our Tigard Municipal Code and our public contracting rules. We created and launched the Public Safety Advisory Board. We onboarded a new counselor and a new city manager. And in the last year, we closed our facilities to the public, but services remained open. And these items are in addition to the work that was already underway that continued, like River Terrace planning, developing a parks master plan, and implementing recommendations from our performance audit. As mentioned, this segment on accomplishments could easily continue for the rest of the afternoon, but we felt it was important to take a moment to reflect and recognize the work, and yes, a moment to celebrate. This last year, we were challenged and we accomplished a lot. We also learned a lot. We learned how to be nimble and flexible. and we learned about the true meaning of grace and resiliency. 2020, the year we succeeded and the year we survived. And now I'm honored to present some who helped with those achievements. We succeeded and survived because of their good work. You'll hear from our leadership team as they talk about our 4 imperatives, the imperatives that will guide us in the upcoming fiscal year. And again, as mentioned, after each presentation, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions and learn more. So Madam Chair, if there are any questions for me, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm happy to introduce Police Chief Kathy McAlpine and Public Works Director Brian Rager, who will talk about our first imperative. Thank you all for being here, and thanks for your time.
Good morning, Budget Committee. Thank you, Kathy. Just to repeat, I'm Brian Rager. I'm the city's Public Works Director, and with me today is Police Chief Kathy McAlpine. You can go ahead. Oh, you're there. Thank you. So we're going to talk about the first of 4 imperatives, and this is all about improving our systems. The organization has a number of different systems and recognize that there are needs in those systems. So this one is all about things like how we communicate and form relationships with our community, planning for the future of our city facilities, buildings, etc., and replacing critical technology infrastructure such as our, Public Works has an enterprise asset management system, and then our financial software was also in need. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So as you know, the city made a very important decision to commit to an enterprise-wide solution for its critical technology infrastructure, and we refer to that as the Total Tyler project. There are many benefits to a solution like this, and including systems being able to communicate with each other and efficiencies of data storage and usage. To support this important project, there are a number of budget packages we are asking you to review and approve. First, the Community Development Department is proposing to add a Building Division Enterprise System Administrator. Now, this is an important position for that department. It's specifically there to support them as they transition into using their component of the Tyler system. It's very important for their success, and it'll provide a lot of technical help for them, their teammates at the counter. It will also help in things like data extraction from the system and analysis to help that department make data-informed decisions. Now, this position will be housed in our IT group. It will have better alignment with those teammates, just the nature of the work that they'll do. And the cost of this position will be roughly $125,000 a year, and that will be paid for through the Building Fund indirect cost plan. Next, IT is looking to bring on a limited duration trainer as each component of the Total Tyler system comes to a go live status. It'll be important for our teammates to gain training. This is often overlooked by organizations. There's a heavy focus on getting a system in place, and then the training is kind of an afterthought. Well, on this one, we've thought about it and made it a priority to make sure that our teammates get trained well so that they can have success in using the new system. So this is proposed over a 3-year period, and it'll involve a corporate trainer from Tyler, and the cost will be roughly $50,000 per year. You'll also see multiple packages related to backfill support for the Total Tyler project, also often overlooked. Heavy focus on software, but it takes involvement from our teammates to make that project successful. So in order to get the day-to-day work done, we are having to bring on additional help to augment the work that our teammates do that have to get involved with the project. And again, this is so that project is successful and our teammates buy into the new system and feel comfortable in using it. So you'll see packages from community development, from finance, and from public works in particular, again, to backfill those people that'll be involved in the project. Under system support, you'll note that there's a package related to software as a service, or SaaS fees. This is through IT. Now, these are fees that the city will pay to Tyler annually to pay for their software support and for cloud-based hosting for the system. And we also pay what are referred to as implementation fees during the project phase, and that pays for things like system configuration and development, project management, data conversion, and training, all Tyler paid to Tyler. And so this next fiscal year, we're working on 5 of the total 7 phases of this total Tyler project. So you'll note that expenditures for the project are the heaviest during this next fiscal year. At this time, I will pass things off to Chief McAlpine.
Thank you, Brian. Again, Police Chief Kathy McAlpine. So in addition to the total Tyler project, there are a number of other important organizational system improvements. The first is evaluate the police online crime reporting. And really, it's a broader initiative than that. It's really about data-informed police decisions using data analytics. The levy funds a portion of an IT service so that we are able to properly track to see if we're keeping our officers in the sectors, our response times, where are they starting from, where will they end. Also looking at enhanced GSI mapping so that we can see where our sensitive wetlands are as they relate to houseless encampments, and also just hotspot areas. So a lot of data-informed decisions we hope to integrate this coming year. It's now also time to replace the city's intranet, or what we call Inside Tigard. Our current platform was built on a 2007 version of SharePoint, and Microsoft stopped supporting that version with security updates as of 2012. You also see packages related to vehicle replacements, in particular one for utility billing and the other for facilities. It is imperative to replace aging vehicles in a timely manner before costly repairs begin to set in. Our fleet division uses industry standard replacement criteria to help advise departments when replacement is prudent. And lastly, there is a need for the city to replace 2 storage area networks, or we call SANs, that hold data for both the city and the police department. The SANs were purchased in 2012 and 2014, and both were upgraded to keep up with the demand. Both devices will no longer be supported by the manufacturer in late 2021. So this is a vulnerability for the city, and as data is one of the city's most critical assets. So our next presentation will be Community Development Director Kenny Asher and Resource Director Dana Bennett to talk about the next imperative. However, before we do that, and pass it on, Madam Chair, would you or the Budget Committee have any questions? We'd be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Chief McAlpine and Mr. Rager, for your presentation on improving systems. Members of the Budget Committee, does anyone have questions regarding this imperative at this time? Oh, sorry, I see that several people have asked to speak, so let's start with Council President Lube.
Sure, thank you so much. I have a question with some of these requests, regarding all of this total Tyler support. When we were approving moving to this total Tyler package, and there was an evaluation on the positions that were needed, and it sort of feels like some of these things are being asked for now, and I'm surprised to hear about it, especially a trainer for I know it's for a limited 3-year period, but why isn't this something that, was thought about previously? And why isn't this something that Total Tyler is providing, as we're continuing to move into the software? It just it's surprising to hear about this all now. And it sort of feels like it's putting us into a corner and forcing us to say that you need this support now, rather than, when we were looking at the total package.
So if I may, Toby LaFrance, Finance and Information Services Director, I'd like to take a first start at answering that Council President Lou, which is part of this is an artifact of how a budget's constructed. And the Total Tyler project is just that. It's a project that's got a limited time, and it's not part of our base ongoing budget. So typically the way we build our budget is we take our base service levels, are on essentially things we know are our ongoing expenses. And then where we've got projects, just like with our CIP, every year we reapprove and update the 6-year capital improvement plan. This is essentially like that, but for IT. And so we've got roughly a 4-year project. We're in the first year. We're going to be entering the second year. The vast majority of these costs were costs that were anticipated when the Total Tyler project was conceived. We know that there's sort of 3 legs to the stool. One of those legs are our internal IT services. We have, over the last 2 years, staffed up for that, and we feel that thus far those IT staff are adequate to get the job done. We've contracted with Tyler. That's the second leg to the stool. And so the software as a service, the implementation costs that are part of this budget request were part of that Tyler contract. Again, they're not ongoing costs. Excuse me, the software as a service will become an ongoing cost. The implementation costs are not. Those are part of that 4-year project. And then lastly, the third leg of the stool is where we need to have the subject matter experts, our departmental staff, essentially come in and work on the project to make sure that we have workflows, implementation, documentation, and make sure that the software that's being implemented is software that works in the city of Tigard. So that's the third leg of the stool. And I will say, when we went into the project a little over a year ago and was seeking approval, we knew that third leg was going to be there. I think, frankly, we underestimated a little bit on that. Some of the places we hit it about right. Some of the other places we are adding a little bit more than we thought we were going to need. So we didn't know what we didn't know at that time. We're catching up for that. And I will say that the trainer is another place where we didn't really know or appreciate what was going to need to happen. The alternative to bringing in a trainer is the train the trainer model, where essentially what we'd be doing there is we'd be having our own Tigard team doing the training. However, in order to get our own Tigard team to do that training, we're going to need to continue to backfill that much longer for those staff. So we really think that bringing in a trainer not only provides consistent training across the board, it hopefully will be at least budget neutral, if not a budget savings, because we'll be able to get our own staff in doing their jobs with the new software that much sooner, because they won't also have to take on a trainer role. So I think that's some basic background, and I'd ask IT manager Mike Nollop or any of the other department managers if they've got additional information that I may have missed in my overview.
Thanks, Toby. This is Mike Nollop, IT manager. I think, Toby, you did a very good job of covering it. I will say that when we've presented to council in the past, especially when we talked about the Tyler contract approval, we did mention that this was for contract SaaS and implementation services, and there would be additional staffing resources needed. And then this was reiterated a few weeks ago at our first Total Tyler update to the council, where Preston Beck, who is our project coordinator, oversight project manager, also mentioned that you'd be seeing some of these things. So Toby's correct. We are not well versed in $6 to $10 million project implementations. We're learning along the way as well, and so there was a little bit of underestimating potentially what the resources were going to be needed. The corporate trainer idea came about because of what we realized already for the subject matter experts and our teammates that are really taking on the role of improving our systems internally through technology. That's a heavy role and a heavy task, and just adding them to then train everybody on top of that, it just seemed like it wasn't quite feasible to get both parts of that correct. So I believe Toby covered it very well. And we learn as we go through this process a lot, just about every day.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. And, I acknowledge that, yes, we talked about doing a lot of backfill and bringing in temporary. And so the way that it was presented, it's my understanding that these requests that were highlighted are new requests on top of what we already knew was coming, or are some of these requests essentially, what we talked about earlier, you're just highlighting them? I'm curious as far as what is a new request on top of what we had already talked about. And then my other question is, the Building Division Enterprise System Administrator, is that going to be a temporary limited contract position, or is that anticipated to be an ongoing expense we need to add to the budget every year?
I can take that one or start. Council President Lube. Kenny Asher, Community Development Director. That's not a limited duration. That's an ongoing position that's funded out of the Building Division, residing in the Information Technology Group, and that's a position that we've long wanted to support not just the Tyler conversion, but frankly, the Acela program that we have had and will have for the next couple of years. All of the other technology that we rely on to keep our inspectors active in the field, using tablets that work, that can deal with upgrades. There's a lot of technology behind the permitting program that we have in the city, and it's supported right now by our building services administrative lead, not a technology person, and some outsourcing. And the division has grown, and those needs have grown to the point where we really badly need a tech person who can help us sort through all those issues, and with Tyler. But anyway, to be short, that's not a limited position. That's an ongoing position funded out of building. Toby or Mike Nullip might have additions.
And I'll, in terms of almost all of this is on part of the ongoing cost of the project during the time of the project. As I mentioned, we knew we were going to have to do backfill. There is a little bit more here in backfill than I think we initially imagined. However, that as a category, that is something that we anticipated. And when I say a little bit more, it's a little bit more. We're within probably about 25% of where we were anticipating it would be. And then finally, the only part of this that's new beyond the part that that Director Asher mentioned is the e-trainer. We knew we were going to have to do training. What we realized coming in was that bringing in a professional trainer where they have skills and background in training on new software that's being implemented would be beneficial to the city beyond asking our Tigard team where their background is not in training, asking them to do the training. This would be a more effective way to get the training across to our Tigard team. So that is a new. Otherwise, this is all costs that were anticipated as part of the Total Tyler project. And as I started out with, it's a bit of an artifact with how we do budgeting here at the City of Tigard, of the base budget, and then adding in sort of our limited duration items on top of that.
Thank you for the extra explanation, and I appreciate that. I want to make a note. 25% is, to me, like that doesn't strike me as close. That's actually fairly significant. So I just want to highlight that. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
I would agree with that. 25% isn't close. It is also, we've been learning as we've been going along. So at the time that we did it, I think we were overly conservative with how much we were going to need to do on the backfill, and we've learned better since then. So hopefully that answers the question. And one other thing, just to point out, all of these asks are built into the budget as proposed. And so when we were looking at the forecast and the sustainability of the funds involved in this, in the Total Tyler project, it's built into the forecast as well.
Thank you, Mr. LaFrance.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Council President Lube, for your questions, and Mr. Asher, Nolop, and LaFrance for your responses. Chris Mitchell, I see that you have questions or comments. I'd like to go to you next.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I have just a couple of questions about the Tyler program. Because it's a software as a service, is the contract that we have in place a fixed or a variable rate in terms of the fees for that service?
Toby, I can feel that one. This is Mike Nolop, IT manager. The contract has a predetermined SaaS, which is the software as a service fees for the next 10 years. So we know exactly what they will be for the next decade, which takes through the four years of implementation and then another 6 years of use afterwards.
Thank you. So it's a fixed licensing fee?
It is a pre-negotiated licensing fee within the contract that we did with Tyler.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess my question is it a fixed amount annually, or is it an agreed upon variable rate tied to some amount of service?
It is. It's not a variable rate. I guess is how I would put it. We have negotiated the package of services that we would like and how much that will cost each quarter for the next 10 years. Where that could change is if Tigard decides to add additional services or Tyler products, then we would have to amend that contract, and that amount would change at that point in time. But for right now, it's a fixed fee for the services that have been chosen to be implemented.
Thank you. And was this contract put in place to account for growth and increased need for those services, or was it put in place as a replacement for existing work or teams that were doing work?
The software was selected because of its ability to grow with Tigard over time, and so the modules and the components that are included in that have a very large growth potential as Tigard's business needs change. The fees for that would not change. So if you take the financial system, it allows for a lot of different modifications and implementation types. And that's kind of why we went with Tyler, is because it is adaptable to business needs as they grow over time without changing costs.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think it would be good for the staff to comment more about the functioning of the system to Member Mitchell's questions. I don't know if Toby or someone else wants to explain the project, or I guess I can. But you know, our current systems don't talk to each other at all, and aren't integrated, and that creates a lot of challenges and problems in a bunch of areas. I think it'd be worth the public and Chris understanding a little bit more about that if a staff member could talk through that.
Toby, would you like me to take that one, or do you want to?
Yes. So Mike, if you can start out that conversation, that would be ideal.
Absolutely. So the mayor is correct. So currently we have systems like we heard. Our permitting system have been run for decades within their department infrastructures by non-technical people. And it's served our needs to this point. However, in the last few years, when data has been more important, It has been hindered because data does not share between the permit system and the financial system and the public works asset management system. So that makes data informed decision making that much more difficult and labor intensive. So the ultimate goal for the Tyler project was to consolidate systems into a single platform where data could be shared across and easily used for analysis purposes. It also increases a digital public component where more services will be available digitally and at the counters. I want to point that out as well. We'll still always have counter access, but there will be enhanced services for the public to use on smartphones, computers, to do kind of a one-stop shopping. You can pay your utility bill, add your permit for your deck, and a court citation all in one checkout process, which is right now 3 different and separate processes. There are a lot of streamline and cross-departmental workflows. What we've seen we've always done cross-departmental work, but more recently, what happens with, what happens with in engineering also goes into community development and crosses not just technology platforms, but work groups. And the Tyler project enables cross-departmental workflow to happen at a much more efficient rate than what we can currently do. So those are a few of the top level items that Total Tyler is geared to enhance services for Tigard and the public. And a lot of our systems are really 10 years plus old and were implemented 10 years ago based on a set of rules that we did. And we've had a difficulty keeping them up to date and modified for Tigard's business needs. And that's kind of what we were talking about when we looked at Tyler. It had the room to grow with us and adapt with Tigard as we develop and need more services. And Toby, if you can think of anything else, I know Kathy Nyland's our executive sponsor as well. So we've got a team of a lot of Tyler experts in here at this point in time. So feel free to chime in.
The only other part I'd like to emphasize that was touched on it is this really is beyond just the recognized need. This was a need that was recognized by our performance auditors that was completed a couple years ago. And so while we were looking at this solution, we started looking in earnest when we saw the results of the performance audit and the needs for systems that are robust, talk to each other so that we can make database decisions. And so that's really part of the motivation for this priority.
Thank you all for your input and your explanations. Is there anyone else from the city team who wanted to add information on that topic? Okay, and then Chris Mitchell, I wanted to return back to you and if you had any additional questions or comments to ask or to add at this time.
Oh, thank you, and thank you, Mayor Snyder, for asking for that additional information. The last question I have, I guess, as a follow-up to that is, you mentioned permitting and the ability for community members to do multiple things in multiple modalities, including smartphones. Can you just give maybe a quick summary, quick bullets of which systems it includes? I know you mentioned those, but are there others?
Yeah, absolutely. So financial system, Springbrook, will be replaced by Tyler Munis. Our asset management work order system, MainStar, will be replaced by Enterprise Asset Management. Our HR and payroll systems, which are still included in Springbrook, have a human capital management component in Tyler. Let's see, phase 4. We have our enterprise asset management. We talked about that. So we've got finance, EAM, human capital management. There's a municipal court system, the permitting system, and then a new program for Tigard. Well, we used to use it, but it's called Socrata, which is a data transparency program. So that will allow people to dig into our data and for us to be able to tell stories with our data. And as projects go, through, let's just say it's a CIP project, you can watch as the work orders come in and are completed through that system, that story of the project will be updated in real time to the public. There's also smaller components like 311, so you could report a pothole or graffiti or a tree's down in my neighborhood through a 311 type of a system. And then there are enhanced web services. So we're kind of talking about that single platform. That is a My Civic Bundle is what Tyler calls it, but it is a kind of enhanced all-in-one type of a system that touches all of those different components. And then built into that as well is document management, so where we store and house our document and public records. And then there are some additional services that could be added on at a different point in time. Parks and Rec module. There are e-ticketing, so police issuing tickets through an e-ticketing platform is an additional add-on that we could choose to add on in the next 3 years if we'd like. So.
Thank you very much. That answers my question. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then I would like to turn to Councillor Newton for question and comment.
Thank you very much. Council President Lube asked my question about the building IT support and the limited duration, but I did want to make a comment about the trainer. I'm dating myself here, but when we did the first enterprise, citywide enterprise computer system, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, and everybody was all in with that. One thing that we didn't think about was the fact that that system wasn't going to work for everything that we did, and so departments started adding these different programs at Acela, or not to call that out, but all these different programs. And so we ended up in a situation where we are now, where our data doesn't share very well. So if one of the purposes for the trainer is to make sure we avoid that, we were in a situation where departments were just adding software that they thought worked the best. And we got into a situation where IT was forced to support a bunch of different software programs. So if the trainer, one of the outcomes can be that our team understands, this is the system we're using, this is the most effective to serve our community and provide our best services, and also make the best database decisions, then I think that might be a good way to ensure that outcome. So remembering where we found ourselves 10 years ago, I think if having a trainer can make sure all of our team members understand the best way to use Total Tyler, might be a cost-effective way to ensure that Total Tyler works for all of our services. Thanks. That's it.
Councillor Newton, this is Mike Nolip again. To kind of add to that, I want to just detail out a little bit of the structure of this project since it is so large. I mentioned that Kathy Nyland is our executive sponsor, but below that we have a team of a steering committee, which is made up of product owners. So like for the financial system, it would be Toby. For the permit system, it would be Kenny, Nadine. We've got a group in there that as well, we meet every 2 months to kind of go over product or project updates and direction. So this steering committee has made the commitment that the enterprise system is what we look towards first. And our IT team, our enterprise IT team, has developed a process. So if someone would like an exception, it has to go through a detailed process to not use the Tyler system and to use, say, a third party or a different software to do a business task. And that actually has to get approved by that steering committee and the product owner as well. So we've got a process and a commitment from the steering committee and the executive sponsor to look towards the enterprise system first, and then a process that if an exception is needed, it still has to go through an approval process to make business sense so that we don't find ourselves in that situation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newton and Mr. Nolip. Jeanette Shaw, or Councillor Shaw, I'd like to turn to you for questions and comments.
Great, thank you. And perhaps more of a comment than a question. And I do appreciate President Council Lube's comments with regards to the training and the additional 25% in staff's response. Having implemented software programs in the past, it's a challenge, and there's always unanticipation, particularly when it comes to human learnings and needs. So I just want to applaud the train the trainer aspect that's going to be implemented, and also mention that perhaps a bit of grace, because we also learn with the Public Safety Advisory Board and the need for a facilitator, that was unanticipated costs as well. So just want to acknowledge the fact that we're humans, we're learning, though 25% can be a lot, perhaps we'll be mindful of that, but just want to appreciate and applaud the train the trainer. So thank you.
Okay, I thank you for your comments. I am going to continue or check in with the rest of our committee members to make sure that there's no additional questions or comments before we move on to the next presentation. So Chris Spence, any additional questions or comments?
Only comment would be, I'd just like to see, Tyler present as much data to the public as possible and, just be as informative as possible. And it looks like you guys are already thinking about that, so that's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Tim Cadman.
No questions for me at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Snyder?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Councillor Goodhouse?
No, the only thing I think I would maybe mention is Councillor Shaw kind of mentioned it. Maybe I know we have the implementing the racism plan. I know recently with the council we adopted the facilitator and a staff member for the PSAB. Maybe we might want to go over that budget item with the rest of the budget committee to go over what council did pass and with that part too. Just kind of piggybacking off the unexpected costs that came along with Total Tyler.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll make a note that we can include that in our deliberation and discussion this afternoon. So, and then I just want to check in. Chris Mitchell, Council President Lube, Councillor Newton, Councillor Shaw, are there any additional follow-up questions for you at this time? Okay, hearing none, I would like to, I'd like to thank Mr. Nolop, Mr. Asher, Mr. LaFrance, and everyone else who helped answer these questions just now. And I'd like to continue with our next imperative presentation, which is implementing the strategic plan with our presenters, Kenny Asher, our Community Development Director, and Dana Barrett, our Human Resources Director. So I'll turn it over to you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Budget Committee and community. I'm going to briefly cover the high-level components of this presentation, and then Director Asher will cover some more of the detail. So in terms of implementing the strategic plan, our focus, equitable and accessible. We will ensure a just and fair inclusion where all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. A focus on health and climate action. We want to embrace sustainability to improve our natural resources and the livability and health of our community. And our continued focus on walkability. We want to continue a focus for Tigard's pedestrian network to make it a well-connected, attractive, and accessible system for all. With that, I will turn over the next slide to Director Asher, who will get into some of the more detail.
Thanks, Dana. And what I'd like to do here, Director Bennett and I going to try to take you through some of the important things about this proposed budget that are relevant to our implementing the strategic plan. So we've got some some changes in this budget that support the plan citywide. And then we'll move on to some proposals that actually add some people into our groups that will provide additional support. And then we'll talk about quickly some changes that have been made inside the departments to support the strategic plan, which you wouldn't necessarily see on a line item in the budget. But in all these presentations, we're trying to find the right level of information to provide. So I'll move through this fairly quickly, hope that we kind of hit the right level, and then ask for any questions or clarifications that you might have. So let's begin with general support, citywide commitments. There are three I want to mention. Funding the Parks Master Plan process. I think you know about the Parks and Recreation Master Plan that that our Public Works group has been running for a while now. Will soon be completed. This proposed budget includes a set aside to provide some funding for initial investments that are going to be recommended out of that process, and I suspect equity will be an important part of those recommendations in the direction of that funding. You know that we approved the police services levy in May of 2020. We have commitments under that levy that our voters approved and now expect, and that's of course providing additional police officers with a goal toward decreasing Tigard's call response times for priority level 1 and 2 calls. In addition, the levy provides training for all sworn members in advanced crises intervention and de-escalation to address the increased mental health crises in our community, and this proposed budget ensures that we can make good on those commitments. And finally, the CFC project, the City Facilities Consolidation Project, we've beefed up our communications budget. We need capacity and resources to gauge community awareness and interests and messaging, and we also are hoping to do, or in the process of doing, a public opinion survey. Additional consulting is required in that area, and this budget supports that. A few positions that are in this proposed budget, which will help a few of our departments continue to do a good job delivering not just on their operations, but on our strategic plan implementation as well. One in Public Works, one in Central Services, and a half position in Human Resources. So let's begin with Public Works. There's a position that's included that will provide needed administrative support for many things, including council goal tracking, strategic plan implementation, which we can talk more about. We're moving into metrics and measuring our progress, and that's a heavy administrative load, which we're trying to get ready to do well. And that position will also follow through on various department assignments and assist with Public Works communications. The way that Director Rager has worked out that position is to repurpose a vacant position to do this, and cost-wise, he was actually able to actually find a reduction in costs on the order of about $30,000 a year to repurpose the existing vacant position for this administrative support position. In Central Services, similarly, we are wanting to provide more tracking support for many administrative and non-administrative things, including the ADA barrier removal work, the support for the facilities supervisor in that division, assist with contracts. That department works with 3 citizen committees, and more support is needed to make sure that those citizen committees are getting good levels of service. Preparing the budget, and again, performance measures, many related to the strategic plan implementation, all rolled into this new FTE for the Central Services administrative position request. And then finally, to continue the Human Resources intern at a half FTE, that position will continue to assist to ensure that police vacancies have candidates available so that we can be timely with those hires, to help support employee engagement efforts, to assist in the development of a city internship program, to monitor updates to recruitment and onboarding software, and recommend new features that we might want to implement in the way that we use that software to recruit and onboard new employees. And once again, to make sure that this group has enough support to take us through the total Tyler project. So those are the three general support requests related to our teams and positions on our teams. We can go to the next slide and talk about a number of things that are in these departmental budgets that are keeping us aligned with the strategic plan and the imperatives that you are hearing about this morning, and I'll run through these. So again, mentioning the officers and the non-sworn support employees that we need to bring on to the police department with the use of the levy funds. So far, we've been very fortunate. We've been able to fill a number of the new levy positions with well-qualified lateral police officer moves, which has reduced the recruitment and training time, of course. And we expect to finish our levy hiring close to the start of the new fiscal year. We are getting close. And I want to make sure that you're aware that we are making progress there. Next, we want to enhance customer service focus in utility billing. For example, we want to increase our focus on being able to solve problems and provide good education during customer contacts in an effort to reduce shutoffs. Of course, this past year has given us, unfortunately, a lot of experience in working more closely with this community to try to avoid hardships in the area of utilities. And another example, we want to set up a Spanish bilingual line to increase service accessibility to our Spanish-speaking customers. In my department, community development, we want to restart our Tigard on the Move speaker series, focusing on transportation. Some of you may recall we were beginning to work with our community in person at Symposium Coffee to host speaker series to prepare people for transportation changes that are coming to the community and to just do good public involvement in that regard. So those are panel-led discussions on important transportation choices facing the city. Those are going to restart in this budget year, and the Tigard Transportation Advisory Committee is supportive of that, but not only of that, but wanting to make sure that we do more in the areas of equity and climate responsibility in that series. And so you'll be hearing about that. Back to police. Going to expand our traffic safety unit to add an evening traffic car to supplement day and afternoon motorcycle traffic and DUI enforcement, and that's part of the city's continued effort to improve traffic and traffic safety in Tigard. In our economic development division, we are starting a food cart incubator that would be grant funded. This is an initiative that would have the city acquiring a couple of food trucks, which we will then lease to local startups to lower the barrier to entry for promising chefs and aspiring restaurateurs, and are hoping to have those placed in the Universal Plaza site up until construction begins, and maybe beyond if the design can accept that. We are developing contact cards in both English and Spanish to help the community navigate all of our city services. This really is an embrace of Goal 1, which focuses on excellence in public service and the importance of customer service. We want to make our services more broadly known and therefore more accessible. So this is a very direct implementation measure, these contact cards for the strategic plan, specifically Goal 1. Going to continue to support River Terrace 2.0, which is very directly correlated with Goal 3 in the strategic plan. We will continue to prepare our urban reserves for development, and that means moving from concept planning to community planning this year. And just if you don't know, community planning, it's kind of a generic term, but basically it means doing the infrastructure master plans and the financing plans, and also putting the zoning in place to make those areas more development ready. And again, affordable housing and climate responsibility are going to continue to heavily inform that work. And finally, we are going to debut a refreshed city website that will be accessible and will focus on services. It'll focus on services really rather than departments. Just like this presentation this morning, we're trying to think more holistically as a city, less departmentally. So this website will have an accessibility focus, including ADA tools such as an easy font enlarger and a service finder feature. Okay, that is some of the alignment that we've got in this proposed budget with the strategic plan. And that concludes what we had prepared for this presentation. Next up will be our communications manager, Kent Wyatt, and assistant city manager, Kathy Nyland, to talk about our imperative around COVID-19. But first, let's pause and ask if the budget committee has any questions regarding the strategic plan imperative.
Thank you so much. And I have to apologize because I believe that I had been saying this Ms. Bennett's last name incorrectly. So my apologies to you. Okay, so I'm seeing a comment from Councillor Newton, so we'll turn it over to you at this time.
Just really quick, Mr. Asher, on the two administrative positions, my understanding is Central Services currently doesn't have any designated and administrative support, unlike all the other divisions. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And then the second question, looking at I appreciate Director Reger repurposing a position in Public Works, to provide administrative support. But in reading the description in the Public Works budget on page 137 of the budget, sounds like a lot of the administrative tasks that have burdened the department this current year are things around COVID and things that may be, decreasing. That activity may be decreasing. So I just wondered, not to get into operations, but is that activity going to be reducing, and might there be other needs in the department going forward? So again, resisting the urge to get involved in operations, but it just seemed like a lot of that activity may be reducing. So just that question. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Well, let me invite Director Reger to respond to you, Councillor Newton.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Newton, for the question, and apologize if our description was not very clear. Actually, this position will do a lot more than just COVID. And in fact, let me just kind of give you a sense of what we need in this position. And a lot of this was in the budget package document, and I don't know how much of that got into the draft budget, but here's a general sense. So the confidential part of the position has to do with handling employee records, such as personnel action forms that have confidential information on them, onboarding of new employees, the recruitment process, helping out with that, and then any offboarding of teammates that leave the city. What we've been doing is we've been having our union level administrative help do some of that work, and we've been advised by Human Resources they were approached by the union just raising a question about that practice. So we're trying to clean that practice up, basically. So about 15% of this employee's time would be doing that work. About 30% of this position would be doing general support for me and for our assistant directors. We've got a lot of work going on in the department, and I need help in tracking that work and tracking the progress of that work, such as the work plans that all of our departments have developed, updating those work plans, making sure that they stay current and that we're able to report out on the progress of that work. Throughout the year, there are a variety of special projects that may come out of discussions that the leadership team has, citywide initiatives that need follow-up. We need someone to help us organize that work and be able to report out on it. About 30% roughly would be all about the strategic plan. The communications part, that's internal. That's reporting out to our own public works teammates as to what's going on there, and also being able to coordinate well with other departments in working on that stuff. In the strategic plan, the refreshed strategic plan, there are 36 roughly action items that Public Works needs to be a part of. So we really need some help making sure that we can stay organized in how we approach that. And then there's a variety of other things, including just help supporting with the Tyler, ongoing support with Tyler EAM, department policies, procedures, constituent tracking, the citywide report card, just following up on those kinds of things, including metrics. And so there's quite a lot going on there that this position would support.
Thank you, Mr. Rager, for that very detailed explanation. And I just want to close by saying I really appreciate the service focus on the information that the team's presenting today. So thank you. Sounds like you don't have the ability to repurpose any of your other administrative staff. So thanks for that response.
Thank you. I will now go through each of our budget committee members, see if there's additional questions before we move on to the next presentation. So Mr. Bent.
Nothing for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Snyder.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Council President Loop.
None from me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Goodhouse.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Newton, any follow-ups from a moment ago?
No, thanks.
Okay. I wanted to ask I wanted to ask a question. So this is Leah Voigt. In terms of the food truck incubator and the city, owning the food trucks and leasing out, I was curious if there were any other programs that the city currently runs or has run in the past that follow a similar model in terms of the city owning items and working with the community in that way, even if they have a different focus, like even if it's not an equity or a business incubation focus.
I'm scanning my memory banks on the question of leasing assets and then or owning assets and then leasing them. I'm not coming up with anything, although Directors Robinson and LaFrance and Rager might know of something. What this program really is building on is a project that we called Opportunity Cafe, which was the model for this. And it was the same idea, except instead of using food trucks, it was going to use the space in the Tigard Public Library lobby. That small space for food and beverage vending. And we had gotten all the way down the road. The way we do this is we work with business support organizations that are community-based, like Micro Enterprise Solutions of Oregon, which is a strong partner of ours through the Tigard Cares program. We end up working out a lease with an organization like that, and then that organization, which is kind of a business incubator, business support organization, works with the entrepreneurs to actually come in, sublease, take the space. And in the library, we actually had that all in place last March. And like so many other things, of course, we had to scuttle those plans. So that's where the idea came from, and that's what we'd like to do still, except not rely on that library space. And we've already received an agreement from Washington County to provide funding for the food carts for the first one, and we're waiting on another grant that we expect to hear about at the end of this year. So I don't know if that answers the question precisely, and I'm trying to think. I don't know of an example where we have bought assets and then leased them out to help with community development or economic development. Maybe one of my colleagues does, but that's what I know.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Asher. And actually, it provided all the information I was looking for, even if it didn't directly answer the question. Your answer better fit the information I was seeking than my answer or my question. And then my other question in terms of, I know as Councillor Newton mentioned, right, staying away from operations, this next question I view as that policy level values and everything else. You noticed in the police department strategic plan update, there is an inclusion to assign one non-SWORD community service officer to focus on compassionate outreach with the homeless community, and including connecting with community groups that provide resources and solutions for people in need. So as a policy level question, as a values of the city level question, my question is why in the police department versus in another, perhaps a standalone or a contract with another organization that could provide social services support, just like the food truck with contracting out in that way. Is I should probably have verified if the Public Safety Advisory Board has already taken this up, or if there's already steps happening around that. But that would be my concern, is especially with everything we see right now, and especially with police being overburdened and not social services, not intended as social services providers. My concern would be including that position within the police department.
Madam Chair, Chief McAlpine, I'll be happy to add a little bit more to that. As you stated, there are plenty of social service providers that go out, check on our houseless folks. This is not to replace them. This was simply to take it off of the police department's sworn armed duties. There's still an enormous amount of need to do welfare checks, to find out where these encampments are. We get many complaints and concerns. And so rather than have our officers do that, I've redirected as a focused, and this is just a pilot project, a community service officer who is non-sworn to be able to go out and follow up with them. Sometimes he still has to take an officer with him, but at least it enables us to build rapport. CSO Peterson has been able to really connect with the service providers, because oftentimes they're not staffed out in the field. And then we also just created a relationship with Barbie Hopes. And so it is not intended to fix it all, but definitely the police department receives all of the calls and inquiries and concerns from our community. Assistant City Manager Kathy Nyland did present where our current state is to the council last week on our house list, talking about possibly either getting the band back together on the homeless task force or a subgroup, and then those efforts can be kind of evaluated and seeing if there's something else that we can do. I have not presented it to the Public Safety Advisory Board at this point. We just aren't in that section. And as I said, this has just been a need, especially under COVID, and my response to be able to redirect personnel to address it at that time.
Absolutely. And I really support that effort. And as you said, so that it's not being done by sworn officers. So I guess my question is, why does it need to be within the police department versus something that, that 911 call would come in and then, you would contact or work with someone else in under a different title or role to do that same position?
There are opportunities to look at this as a more permanent structure, and I would definitely, we have some great people on the Public Safety Advisory Board that could talk about maybe an alternative way of doing that. The other part of this is, again, we're 24/7, most service providers are not. But again, this is not written in stone. This was taking existing resources and addressing it, given the national narrative, given the concerns, and at least trying to come up with a remedy that's within my control.
Okay, thank you for that input. And then Mayor Snyder, I see you would like to make a comment as well.
Yeah, and Chair Voigt, great question, and you're making me think more about this topic. And actually, the reason I'm raising my hand to speak about this is that we actually had a pretty extensive discussion about this through the levy process, and even before that during my mayoral campaign. And at that time, and I guess I want to remind the staff about this, at that time, the reason that my suggestions to look at a different mix of folks, including perhaps a social worker instead of a police officer role or a role in the police department, was for, at least at the time, the staff's perspective was that it wouldn't be safe to have non-sworn personnel doing this work. And I understand it sounds like community service officers bringing a sworn staff member at times on some of these calls. And I understand that. And I also understand that they have much faster access to backup directly on the radio, and there may be some advantages to that. But it seems to me that if the thought is that we don't have to send a sworn person to every single one of these calls like we talked about, and sending a group of more than one person to these calls, which was really the narrative during the levy and before the levy, I really think this deserves more consideration. And Chief McAlpine, I think your suggestions make complete sense given what you're trying to operate in the police department, but I would strongly encourage us to sort of reevaluate that if we're really sending non-sworn personnel out on some of these calls, and or if we're talking about doing more proactive outreach. I'm just not certain a CSO on their own is maybe the best resource for that, but maybe it is. I just think that causes me to sort of ask us to reconsider that entire discussion more deliberately.
And you'll also hear in one of the other imperatives, the utilization of a mental health professional and a clinician. So when we get to that point, I'll be happy to expand on that. But as I think to coin Assistant City Manager Kathy Nyland, this is a complex issue. And again, Tigard does not have the infrastructure right now. So I'll be the first to say this is a Band-Aid. This has been effective far more than when we had just officers in between calls. Relationships have been built. But again, can we do it better? Can we do it with different personnel? I'm all open for that.
Thank you so much. Are there any other, or actually okay, so all our committee members have had an opportunity to ask questions. Are there any remaining questions about this imperative section at this time? Okay, with that, it is 12:20 now. Our lunch break was intended to schedule for 12:30, so I think this is a good time to break before we get into the next presentation. So with that, or the next two presentations, so with that we have 45 minutes scheduled for lunch. So that, would bring us up to, let's see, 105. If I'm incorrect there, someone please correct me. And so at this time, I propose or recommend that we break for lunch and return at 1:05 p.m. Any input from city team members?
I think you got the math right.
Chair, it sounds like a great time to take the lunch break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll see everyone at 1:05 to continue.
Chair Voigt, your mic is still muted.
Thank you. So, hello everyone and welcome back. It is 1:05, which is the time we talked about reconvening. So I would like to do a quick rundown to see if everyone's back. So, Chris Pence, are you here?
I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. Chris Mitchell?
I am here.
Thank you. Tim Cadman?
I'm here.
Thank you. Mayor Snyder? Okay, we'll circle back in a moment. Council President Lube?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Newton?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Goodhouse?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw?
Here.
Thank you. And then Mayor Snyder?
I am here. Sorry I think you missed me or I missed you by like 10 seconds. Sorry.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then I guess city team members, as well as let's see, Assistant City Manager Nyland and Communications Manager Wyatt are you all present and ready to go as well?
We're ready to rock. We're ready to rock. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Take it away, Kent.
It's good to see that it's turned dusk. Background, so he's ready for this afternoon session. So good afternoon, Budget Committee. My name is Kent, Communications Manager. I want to start by thanking you, first of all, for your work during COVID. I'm here to talk about the COVID-19 initiative and response, and really everybody from the Council of the Budget Committee has been helpful in this, from the Council, who's hosted more than 25 virtual Facebook conversations in the past year, to Budget Committee members who shared Tigard Aid support with the community members, to everybody on this call who shared information about the COVID vaccine with the community, including its importance and how to get it. As you heard earlier,
Mr. Wyatt.
Yep.
I apologize. We had some information from Director LaFrance that was requested to be shared when we reconvened from lunch, and I was so excited about your presentation that I rushed right into it. So would you mind pausing your presentation, letting Mr. LaFrance speak, and then we can continue with the presentation?
Of course.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your flexibility. So Director LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt. Thank you, Chair Voigt. Just really briefly, it was brought to my attention by one of the teammates. Wanted to make sure I was providing some clarity on the discussion on Total Tyler. when I'm talking about the backfills, I wanted to make sure that everybody understood my estimate there wasn't an estimate off of the total project. It's backfills only. So when we were contemplating the project, we were looking at 4.75 FTE over the 4-year course of the project, each of them lasting roughly 2 to 3 years, limited duration projects. We're probably going to wind up somewhere closer to 6. And even that's not entirely written in stone yet, as we do have some upcoming portions of the project that haven't made their requests for limited duration FTEs yet. Those will be coming as those parts of the project come online. So when you're talking about a $7 million project, having a difference of 1 to 2 FTE over a 24 to 36 months project isn't a major cost to the project overall. So just wanted to make sure I was providing clarity on that estimate, that it wasn't the total project. It was a small component of that project where we may have underestimated initially. And so that was all the clarity I wanted to provide on that. And after we get through the other presentations by our teammates here, if there's additional information needed about Tyler, I'm happy to bring it back at a later meeting or during the course of this meeting. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for that additional information, Mr. LaFrance. And then Mr. Wyatt and Ms. Nyland, I will return the floor to you. So you can continue.
Kent, take it away again.
Yeah, I think this presentation will be better than the last one, if that's possible. So, as you heard earlier, a lot of uncertainty remains around COVID and its impacts to our community. One thing we do know with certainty, the COVID vaccine will not immediately eliminate the need to support our community, from local businesses reopening to community members struggling to pay their rent or mortgage. So, with that in mind, the proposed budget's focused on COVID aims to address those needs that we know exist while acknowledging the need to listen and learn from the 54,000 voices in our community. Next slide, Steve. As you may have heard recently from the city, we do have a number of in-person services returning. Municipal court will return on a limited basis this Tuesday, the library Monday, and recreation's been offering some smaller classes in person. We acknowledge the importance of remaining thoughtful and safe in resuming in-person services. To do this, there are some needs from facilities to make sure we're fitted and equipped to make sure to allow this to happen. Secondly, on this slide, one of the things I want to talk about on this slide is the American Rescue Plan. And I don't really want to get into that too much today because right now you will hear a lot more about that today and at the May 3rd meeting. The main budget package that I want to highlight on this slide is the increasing social services and community grants, which will increase up to $300,000. And for background, in previous years, these grants have been used to fund events, including the Balloon Festival and events in downtown, to social service organizations, including Just Compassion and Meals on Wheels. Next slide. As for budget alignment, really it comes down to equity and engagement in leading many of these efforts. Here are just three examples of that. One, with a focus on equity and public health, the library is proposing to redesign less used spaces, like the technology room, to more flexible programming space that can incorporate technology and makerspace elements. In this current year, and you saw a little bit of this in the accomplishments slide, Tiger Cares was extremely successful at connecting local businesses, including a large percent of minority businesses, with funding. Economic Development will hope to continue to support these businesses through a series of webinar services to advise businesses that have been impacted by COVID. And then lastly, if we all take a second and think back to where we were last March and April, I don't think many of us were experts in Microsoft Teams or Facebook Live. A lot of that has changed in the last 12 months, and it's become part of our normal routine. And this change quickly, as effective, meaningful virtual conversations that the city held, many from the city council, helped pave the way for the passage of the police services levy, the first ever community caucus, which aided in the selection of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and the launch of 2 city podcasts, one in English and one in Spanish, that allowed us to explain in longer conversations about the why and how of the city's response to COVID. So moving forward, we will embrace the positives of the virtual world. We saw an expanded audience reach. We saw the ability to respond in a more timely manner and ability to be more transparent. It's important to also acknowledge the digital divide exists, and some of those virtual services limited the ability to connect with those folks that were not online. So we know that coming up with a mix of connecting in person and virtual is as important as ever to allow us to connect with our 54,000 community members. This is how we will ensure that our response to COVID remains grounded in the needs for our community. And with that, I will take any questions that the Budget Committee has.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Wyatt. Let's see, I am not currently, oh, there we go. So, Councillor Newton, would you please start us off with questions and comments?
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Wyatt, for that presentation. I guess moving forward, you know, reading the stuff in the press today about we might be falling back into more, you know, higher risk and closing restaurants. I think we probably should be prepared to pivot quickly as we did last year. Our businesses, our community may need support, more support than we've budgeted. I appreciate the budget proposal, but I think we need to be prepared to be nimble because this may take longer to get through than we planned. And I am concerned about our business community and our residents that are struggling to get through this. So I make that comment. I think we've got to be prepared to pivot if we need to. And especially in the our economic development department did an amazing job last year. And I would support anticipating their need to be as creative next year as they were this year. Thanks.
Councillor Newton. So this is Kathy Nyland. So one of the things that the city of Tigard did, which we should all be very proud of, is we approached this pandemic in a really conservative manner. We were cautious and optimistic and creative and innovative. We watched our surrounding cities move at a quicker pace than we did, and there was a lot of back and forth. Like they would open up services and then have to revert back to a different level, whereas we've been really consistent, which I think has served us and the community well in understanding what services are available and how the city is operating. As I said in the accomplishments, we may have closed our public facilities to the public, but our services and our work continued. So I agree with your point. No one imagined that we would be in this pandemic for over a year, and it's going to take years, plural, to recover, and we are planning accordingly.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nyland. Councillor Newton, do you have any follow-up questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go through the list of Budget Committee members to see if there are any additional questions. So, Mr. Bent.
Yeah, you just sparked a question there. Going forward, somebody mentioned the digital divide. Once Total Tyler is up and running, I can see that maybe making digital divide even bigger problem. Is there a team or somebody responsible for, keeping an eye on that as that goes forward?
Kathy, this is right in your wheelhouse, Kathy. You want to take this?
It's me again. That is very much on many people's radar. The last year has shown us that that divide is even wider, and bridging it is even more important. So you'll learn more about that when we talk about the American Rescue Plan. It's definitely on our radar, and we know it's something that we have to address as we've embraced equitable and accessible.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mitchell, do you have any comments or questions?
I do not at this time. Just thanks for everything we're doing.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman, any comments or questions?
No questions for me on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Schneider.
I guess I want to emphasize what Councillor Newton said, that I think that there's going to be a new and additional need for more support of our community, both our business community and residents. As people are acknowledging, we're not through this. We may be making progress on the clinical and health front over the next 6 months, but I think that there's going to be continued and accelerated pressure on certain segments of the business community and certain segments of our population that are going to need more support. And that's something I planned to bring up during the American Rescue Plan discussion as well. But given that Councillor Newton raised it now, I'm going to reemphasize it. And I think I've had some conversations with Council President Lube, and she'll probably, I think she is also in agreement on that point, but she can speak for herself, of course.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider. Council President Lube.
Yeah, I appreciate the topic that Councillor Newton brought up, and the mayor as well. And I just want to say that I'm in agreement to it. I really look forward to our discussion of the American Rescue Plan funds. And I just want to highlight that my hope is that those funds are primarily used to support making sure our community members are whole and our businesses are whole getting through this. Not to get too off topic, but there's a lot of people hurting, but there's also a lot of people in the middle who, maybe a family with 2 jobs, and, one person is unemployed, and they're just getting behind more and more every month. And as this continues on, it's just a bigger and bigger hole for them. And I have a whole lot of concerns on how we continue to support our community before we look at using those funds for specific other projects. And so I applaud what the city has done, and I'm incredibly proud. And, a lot of us had some testimony with our national elected officials, our senators and our, Congress. And we highlighted everything that Tigard was doing, and it's amazing. And I just want to continue to emphasize that we need to push forward and think creatively of other ways that we can continue to support our community and our businesses. So thank you. Amazing job. And I look forward to what we continue to do in our conversation that we're going to have. Thanks.
Agree. Thank you, Council President Lube.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Goodhouse.
Nothing else really for me, just echoing the same thing, that with whatever direction is going on with the new restrictions from the governor, that we just need to be ready for that and what we can do to help business and our households coming up through this, and what we can do. And hopefully it's, as mentioned, things are back to normal in June, but we'll see.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. No questions, and just want to applaud the effort with regards to COVID-19 from the staff. And I'm confident as we move forward, staff will have some excellent recommendations as well, and ensuring that the potential next restriction is mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newton, any additional thoughts at this time?
No, thanks.
Okay. So again, thank you to Ms. Nyland and Mr. Wyatt for your presentation on the city's COVID response. We will now turn the floor over to Library Director Halstead Bernard and Central Services Director Nadine Robinson for a presentation on implementing the anti-racism plan.
Good afternoon, Budget Committee and Community. I'm Halstead Bernard, the Director of Library Services, and I will be presenting the fourth imperative with our Central Services Director, Nadine Robinson. So today we'll share a bit with you about implementing our Anti-Racism Action Plan and assisting with the Public Safety Advisory Board. We'll welcome your questions and requests for clarification at the end of our section. Director Robinson will start us off on the next slide.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nadine Robinson. I'm the Central Services Director. This afternoon, I wanted to share a little bit with you about the Public Safety Advisory Board initiatives. So included in the proposed budget, you'll see 2 requests from City Management to support the Public Safety Advisory Board. And for those who aren't familiar with the board, it's made up of community members who meet twice a week to review Tigard's public safety practices and to form recommendations to City Council for improvements to the city's equity work. So the first budget request for $150,000 is for continued facilitation services to the board. The team has found the facilitator to be key in navigating a variety of topics they're talking about and helping the board move through difficult discussions in a fair and impartial manner. The second request of $100,000 will allow the board to identify and act on initiatives to further equity within the city. Those requests will go before council for appropriation of funds. And then the police department is also supporting the city's DEI efforts. And with the unanimous support of the Public Safety Advisory Board, the police department recently received approval from City Council to add and update technology. So this year's $165,000 budget request is for the second year of a technology program, which includes outfitting all sworn personnel with body cameras, replacing vehicle dash cameras, updating the department's existing taser technology, and linking all audio and video evidence captured on these devices to a cloud-based storage solution. So we filled it out with video and audio recordings of police and community interactions during emergency calls for service, that we can create a safer environment for all of those who are present. So with that, Director Bernard, I'll hand the presentation back to you.
Thanks, Director. The city is also requesting funding to support Team Tigard in our continued commitment to and investment in organizational DEI efforts. So last year's response to the tragic and senseless death of George Floyd, the leadership team drafted the first anti-racism action plan for the city, a living document that lays out the anti-racist initiatives and actions our city will implement. In it, we list actions for the leadership team to take, both as a team and as individuals, and actions for each department to take. Some of these initial actions included foundational training with Dr. Marvin Lin and a 2-day training for all of leadership team with a local organization named Empress Rules. One of our next steps is the development of a DEI-based core training for all city teammates. Becoming an anti-racist city will become a long journey, and our anti-racism action plan is our roadmap. Another way in which we invest in our organization's DEI efforts is through our DEI internal facing advisory team. In 2019, the city established this team comprised of teammates from all departments. And this team works together on ongoing and ad hoc projects in order to encourage a workplace culture of respect, belonging, and care, where employees can bring their whole selves to work. Some examples of these projects include the creation of affinity groups, also known as employee resource groups, a bi-weekly newsletter for all teammates based on a particular DEI theme, hosted speaker events, and much more, all of which require our commitment and investment to achieve. Next slide, please. Wonderful. The city wishes to continue our investment in DEI through the following. We want to continue our outreach efforts to historically excluded and under-resourced entrepreneurs of small businesses with contracts and economic development. We want to implement a mental health response team in South City's pilot program, which involves the Tigard, Tualatin, and Sherwood Police Departments funding a mental health clinician to create a Washington County mental health response team focusing the majority of their time in the South Cities. Our GIS team wants to continue to develop a mapping analysis of our core services with an equity focus. We want to develop a recruitment workshop to help increase transparency and accessibility in the hiring process. We also want to expand our outreach to underserved communities through efforts like our partnership with Unite Oregon, the improvement of our boards and committees recruitment process, and our library team's efforts to support early literacy and to close the digital divide. And I'll turn this back over to Director Robinson.
Thank you. Additionally, the city's communication team will continue DEI efforts through interviewing DEI leaders in Spanish and English podcasts. The city's finding the use of podcasts to be effective in sharing experiences and information within the community. The city's school resource officer program is also being redesigned. This last year, Tigard, along with the city of Tigard, partnered with the Tigard-Tualatin School District to examine the school resource officer program. This included 6 months of extensive outreach, which resulted in the program being kept, but with changes. The new scope of service plan leads with diversity, equity, inclusion. This includes providing an annual report to the school district on the progress the program is accomplishing. So as of this month, 2 school resource officers are back in the schools, and a 3rd levy SRO will start in the fall. Additionally, the police are working on reaccreditation. Every 3 years, the police department's required to apply for reaccreditation with the Oregon Accreditation Alliance. This is command and support team intensive work, and it ensures and provides proof of compliance with all accreditation standards. The department's currently in the process of completing the 103 standards proof of compliance for the 2nd year. The Alliance is now requiring the police department to use specific software, which is called Power DMS, and they use that to track the policies, to provide training on policies, and then also assist in the accreditation process. The software has an annual cost of $9,500. And finally, the city will be looking to issue debt to finance equitable projects in the Tigard Triangle Tax Increment Financing District. So with that, Madam Chair, this concludes our presentation. We're available to answer questions on this initiative, and our colleagues are available to respond to any additional questions about the 3 other initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Director Robinson and Director Bernard for that presentation. So I'm seeing a request to speak by Councilor Goodhouse. So the floor is yours.
Yes, could you recap? So on the fees or the amount for the budget for the PSAB, is that additional from what council passed already, or is that just recapping what we already passed recently?
Are you talking about the program related to the body cameras, dash cameras, and taser? That piece, Councilor Goodhouse?
No, I thought there was
so there's
or something.
There's consultant costs of $150,000 for facilitation services, and then the $100,000 for the board itself.
Okay, so is that what we already passed, or is that a new one that we're considering?
So, Councilor Goodhouse, what was passed in the supplemental got us from January through June. The budget package that was included in the proposed budget gets us through the next fiscal year, from July 2021 through June 2022.
Okay. And I think I asked before if we were going to recap that as far as what we already passed for the budget committee and then what the new amounts are. So I think we will have a further discussion on that.
Okay, any other additional questions or comments at this time? Councilor Goodhouse.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, you may say your questions and comments.
Great, thank you very much. And perhaps this is to City Assistant Kathy Nyland. So the 150K, I do remember, and sorry, for 452 pages, it was quite a bit of budget to review, which thank you to the staff, fabulous. Within the 452 pages, I do recall previously in a council meeting, the 150K, which I think addressed, which we didn't anticipate the cost for facilitation, and that was approved. And so the additional request is the 100K for July through June 22. And I remember the 165 being approved, we discussed it at the PSAB, but just want to see if
So, as far as the Public Safety Advisory Board, we did an initial ask way back when to launch this effort because we wanted immediate action. So we asked for an FTE and some funds to provide facilitation. That got us through December of 2020, which again seems like a lifetime ago. Then through a supplemental, we asked for more funds to keep the consultant and the facilitation going. And that got us through June of this year. Come July 1st with the new fiscal year, what's included in this proposed budget is to have that facilitation consultant included from July 1st through June 30th of 2022. And there's funds for, I think we called it a community investment fund for the Public Safety Advisory Board to determine what they want to launch and what they want to fund. So this budget ask, and I think it's, I can't remember the figure, maybe 250,000. Again, that includes the consultant, facilitator needs, as well as the community investment fund.
Great, thank you. And so what would the total overall cost then be if this approved?
If this ask for the Public Safety Advisory Board was approved, like what would be the total cost as far as everything since we launched it?
Correct.
You'd have to look up the numbers. Yeah, I don't remember offhand.
Okay. Thank you.
But I'll get back to you. I'll get back to the committee with that information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Bent, Mr. Bent, please.
Yes, I had a question about the equity mapping. Could you get a little more detail on what sort of data is actually mapped? And then once you have that, how do you take that and use that going forward to actually improve equitable outcomes?
Do we have a member of, oh, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, no problem. This is Mike Nollup, IT manager. I am actually going to ask Kenny to chime in on this one, since this work has been pretty directed so far towards the community development roles. So Kenny, do you want to give an example of how we've developed this and used it so far?
Sure, I'm happy to. So the first part of the question is, where's the data? What data are we using? Where's it coming from? And that's actually a good question because it's proving to be challenging. So we have income data, we have demographic data, we have tried to acquire some health data. I would say that those are sort of the three big areas that we are trying to pull together into one map so that we can begin to color in the city of Tigard, understand a little bit more, I guess, precisely who lives where and where we have inequitable distribution. One issue I'll just mention as a side note is that a lot of that data is collected at the census level, and census tracts are large as compared to the city of Tigard as a geography. So it's not necessarily as fine-grained as I hope it will become someday. So we're in the process of learning all this. What data is available to us, at what scale is it available to us, and what can we do with it? We can map what we can find. And we have started to color in the Tigard map, and we are beginning to see where we have people who have inequitable access to better health outcomes, to better employment, to better community amenities, and so forth. We have used it in my department in a couple of ways so far. Clearly in the Tigard Cares project, we, especially as that CARES program went through subsequent rounds, we began to build higher scoring advantages for businesses that had addresses that were in those locations, and began to try to tilt that program towards, frankly, just those geographies. Another quick example is the Streets for People program, which is that pilot program that was mentioned, where I hope you all know, we're beginning to calm traffic on some very local streets to allow easier walking and biking. And this year, we're gonna do year 2 of this program. We very deliberately tried to pick a couple of new locations that are in parts of the city that have a more difficult time accessing our parks and trail system. And so there are probably other examples in my department, other departments as well, where we're beginning to think, beginning to sort of link equitable thinking with the geography of Tigard, which is what you have to do. Equity is very much a geographically determined issue. And so those are 2 examples that come to mind.
That's excellent. Thanks. I really I appreciate this whole effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newton, if you'd like to ask questions and comments at this time.
Yeah, I had a question. Thank you, Chair Volt. I had a question about the mental health response team and the implementation of that. I guess I'm wondering where that is, what's the status of it, who was involved in forming that. Seems like that would be something that would be good to talk with the Public Safety Advisory Board about. So just kind of wanting some more information on the development of that and the status of it. Thanks.
Be happy to answer that. Again, Chief McAlpine. So the mental health, as you may or may not know, for those listening in, Washington County has a mental health response team, and that's comprised of highly trained officers that are working with a mental health clinician, and they will go to calls that involve somebody in a mental health crisis, and they can respond all over Washington County. As we've seen, there's more demand than there is of teams. In fact, this upcoming budget, both Hillsborough and Beaverton are asking in their budget to each pay for a clinician, to add 2 more to this team. I've partnered up with Tualatin and Sherwood. We all have an interest in having a South City team that would be dedicated at least 40 hours a week to South Cities, that collectively we have a need, maybe not each of us stand alone to have our own team, but definitely in South Cities that would also serve King City as well. And for us to move forward, I did not ask for any budget increase at this time. As you've probably heard me say several times now, I like to do proof of concept before I ask for money. And so I do have the ability to use asset forfeiture to pay $50,000 for our portion of a clinician. But this is dependent upon Sherwood and Tualatin getting a budget increase as they present to their council. And so I won't know until we find out if they've been approved for their funding. If that were the case, then we would do a joint team that our officers who have been trained, and we have several that have that advanced 40 hours crisis intervention already, and we would begin to see a team in the South Cities, probably predominantly on swing shift. And so we might cover 2 days. Tualatin could do another 2 days, and maybe Sherwood another day. We would also understand that we're part of the greater team, and should there be a need in Hillsborough or Beaverton, we would go. But we're thinking that our staffing would be at a time that there were other teams going on in this entire county.
Thanks. And I know there's interest in pursuing that concept, but I think it might be good to schedule that for an information session with the Public Safety Advisory Board so they can make comments on that approach. So thanks for that.
No, I appreciate it, Councilor Newton. And as we have our script, for the Public Safety Advisory, just like we did with the body-worn camera, when things come up, we insert, kind of deviate from our list so that we could be relevant and timely and get their input. Should I hear that the other cities are approving this, then I'll be able to present a concept to the Public Safety Advisory Board and be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Mitchell, please take this time for your questions and comments.
Hi, thank you. My question is in regard to the bullet on the school resource officer program changes. Based on what I heard, it sounds like those changes are in line with the recommendations of the advisory council from the Tigard Tualatin School District. And but my question is, does that program differ in any way from the recommendation that was made by the school district?
Again, Chief McAlpine, and no, Chris, it does not. We just signed a contract that will cover the remainder of these 2 months and then all of next year. And in the scope of work, all that effort has been lined out. Now, there still need to do some work and define some of those, and there is an internal group that will continue. For example, what does it mean to be in part of the school's training that they provide? But the commitment is there both from Tualatin and Tigard Police Department school resource officers to work within that construct that has been agreed upon and passed by the school board.
Thank you. And when do those adjustments to the program start, or have they started already?
They start now that the school resource officers came back this week or last week on the 19th. There's still some adjustments. Part of it will be just introducing those affinity groups, such as the Black Student Union. It's working with the schools to identify what the roles are. So I would imagine these first 2 months is just kind of covering and going over what the changes are. And then through the summer, we'll really do a deeper dive to make sure that all of the school staff understand, but then the school resource officers who are part of the dialogue understand what that really means.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Following up, intrigued by the equity mapping and great discussion. I'm glad to see that the U.S. Census information is being utilized and synthesized. I think it's an untapped resource. Perhaps two questions, and actually I'll just ask one question. Does the Public Service Advisory Board review the equity map, or do they, does it come to them just to look at to see? And the reason is just if equity is a geographical determination, as Kenny had mentioned, I'd assume that's something they would want to review or see. Not sure who to address that to, but that's a question.
Chief McAlpine again. Again, you can imagine there's a lot of things that we could present to the Public Safety Advisory Board. And again, when we get into serving our diverse community, that is a tool that we could present to them. It's not specifically called out in not the roster, the schedule that the council approved. But I think we have to be flexible and nimble. We've shown that when opportunities come up or new initiatives that we can present it. I see an opportunity once we identify and get those data sets identified that we could, because again, we're still got at least a year, if not longer, for this committee. And so I do see that somewhere down the road, that is something that we can share with them.
Thank you.
Thank you for those inputs and those questions. Councillor Lube.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the discussions that we've had so far. And I just, listening, I want to echo Councillor Newton, where I'm a bit surprised where funding into, the group for the mental health services group, wasn't something that was run by the Public Safety Advisory Board first. It sort of feels like that's their primary role, is to listen and advise the council and the community on a decision like this. And so I'm a little disappointed to see, the funding request come forward for it without actually having the discussion about it first. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Chair, if I may just add, and Council President Lube, your comments are noted. There is no funding asked from the general fund. Again, this was sharing with you we hear in the community the needs. This was an initiative brought in by other cities as well. And I don't like presenting anything to the Public Safety Advisory Board till we have it crafted out, and we're still in the work mode. This was just to inform all of you and the Budget Committee that we felt it fit in this initiative. And again, the funding was going to come from asset forfeiture. So it will be presented. There is nothing written in stone. There is no intergovernment agreement. There is a process that we plan to follow, but it was just, you are hearing about it first as part of one of our initiatives that we're trying to accomplish. But I'll work with the city manager on moving this forward.
Thank you for your input, Chief McAlpine, and for your questions, Councillor. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Nolop for input as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to say a couple comments with the equity mapping, because first of all, thank you for your interest. This is a very exciting program. It's a very powerful tool, and it's in the infancy stages here. So I want to be clear to the Budget Committee that what's included for this is in the IT and GIS base budget for this program. So what I hear is a lot of excitement and a lot of creative ways to use this tool to change services and to do more data analysis. And so there's a potential that if this takes off, that this what's built into our basic operational budget and gets a very small slice of the GIS team's time. If that slice of time needs to increase, then there could be potential budget considerations to take action on in the future, whether it's through a quarterly supplemental or a different budget process. So I just want to give the heads up, because it is exciting stuff, and it's a program that we're developing with internal resources as they exist, and we haven't asked for or received additional resources to enhance that with more time spent to it.
Thank you, Mr. Nolop. I have some questions myself so this is Leah Voigt. From the anti-racism presentation just now, one of the bullet points is to issue debt to finance equitable projects in the Tigard Triangle TIF district. And my question was, is that currently included in the budget as is, or is that dependent on the ballot measure passing?
Yes, this is Toby LaFrance, Finance and Information Services Director. Contained within the TCDA budget that was just approved by the Budget Committee earlier this morning are some projects, many of which Sean Fairley pointed out as helping with affordable housing and parks and some other equity related measures. And so to fund those, we will be issuing debt. That's basically the way tax increment financing works, is we receive property tax dollars and we issue debt to pay for the projects against those property tax dollars. So that's one of the activities that's happening in the Finance and Information Services Department to help. It's part of the overall process to help further our equity initiatives within the city of Tigard.
Thank you so much. And then my question as well, and I'm sure this is in the budget, and I apologize for not knowing it, either for Chief McAlpine or Mr. LaFrance. The forfeiture money, I know there is a section in the revenue about forfeiture funds. My question is, where are they currently allocated, in that they, could be made available for this Washington County project? Are they currently allocated somewhere else at this time, or are they just sitting in a fund waiting to be spent as needed?
So I'll try and answer part of that question, and then Chief, you can help out. I can tell you that we do have a separate fund within the city of Tigard for criminal forfeiture funds, so we only spend the dollars when we get them. And then from a programming standpoint, I'll hand it off to Chief McAlpine.
Sure. And then the rules are very strict, federal rules on how we utilize those asset forfeiture funds too, as they go back into police-related activities. So again, you usually cannot use the funds for supplanting staffing, FTEs, and that nature. But again, we checked on the rules and thought, and we were told we could do this with a one-time use of that fund, so $50,000 from the asset forfeiture to do our portion of the clinician. And again, part of it was because we just had a big ask and an approval from the council on the body-worn camera program. And I did not feel comfortable coming with yet another add-on. So I felt that this was a good opportunity to use as funds to go ahead and participate in this program, should the other cities be able to also be successful in funding it.
Thank you. And I get to I know that I'm hearing that this is not an additional ask, that that's money included. Is there currently another project that money is slated for at this time?
As training, equipment, tools come up, we have utilized those funds in the past, and we keep pretty good, strict records of those. And so this particular allocated funds are well within it, and we're good to go. But there is additional expenditures that we've used that funds for in the past and in the future.
Thank you so much. Mayor Snyder.
Yeah, following Chief McAlpine, sorry, you just turned your camera off, but you can come back on. Following on Ms. Voigt's question, I guess I want to understand, you're saying it's a one-time thing. What happens the following year and the year after that and the year after that?
Those are great questions. What I hope to do is come back to the council, to the budget committee, saying that this has been a successful program, that we have, there was a need in the South Cities, we were able to fund it, and come with you with some specific measurables and data that would tell you that you want to fund it. But rather just jump into the program and not know if we have the type of calls for service or the partnership. This was a way to be able to test out the program without committing permanent dollars to that.
As that's being evaluated, if it moves forward, which I hope that it does, and I think it's the right thing to do, I think it'll be very interesting to see if having a different mix actually decreases the need for, if if we're deploying and handling and managing situations differently, using more verbal skills from a clinician and less sort of tactical approach, I will just be curious to see if it pays for itself. So I'll just throw that out there. You all that are leading that in the South Cities group may want to think about with your finance folks how to be evaluating that, because if it pays for itself in the form of needing to, it's just more efficient and we know it would be better for the community, then that, that makes a good positive business case for it. But I'd be thinking about that now and not after the fact, for that whole group to be after the fact thinking, oh, how do we evaluate this now? And did it provide a positive return on investment or at least neutral?
Mayor, you bring up a good point. We intend to kind of present the Washington County Mental Health Response Team, the unit, the approach, the type of calls. As you know, we're not going to put a clinician in harm's way. So there are strict protocols already in place on when and how they're deployed. And again, it's not a 24/7, but again, if this looks like something that we'll be able to fund in the South Cities, I intend to bring it forward, present it not only to the Public Safety Advisory Board on the concept, and that we'll be able to be a successful partner in that. But I imagine that the council will want to hear about it as well after the Public Safety Advisory Board does.
Thank you. Mayor Snyder, any additional questions or comments?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Can't hear you. On mute.
Thank you. I was just mentioning, I think Chris's cat wants to get involved in the discussion or take him away from us. I just wanted to applaud Chief McAlpine on the creative concept as well as this pilot project. It's both creative, it's innovative, and also appreciate her financial stewardship and seeing if this is something that would work and then coming back to the council. So thank you.
Thank you. So I want to take a moment. I know we've had many comments, so give everyone the opportunity on the council if they have not yet had the opportunity to share. So Mr. Bentz, any questions or comments?
No more for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, any questions or comments?
None for me at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman.
Been a good dialogue. I don't have anything to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Snyder recently said no more questions or comments. Is it so? Unless I hear otherwise, we'll assume that that's still the case. Council President Lube.
Nothing additional from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Newton.
Nothing else from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Goodhouse.
Nothing for me.
Okay, and then we just heard from Councilor Shaw as well. So at this time, yes, thank you for everyone, city teams who has presented and shared information with us. In terms of what we'll move into next is the CIP presentation and question and answer with Lori Faja, or Faya. My apologies for the pronunciation. The City of Tigard engineer.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, correction. Are we not doing the 115? Well, I know we're off time, but wasn't there a budget committee questions and comments on budget priority imperative presentations? Isn't that before the CIP?
Yes. Okay. Yes. My apologies. Thank you for that correction. Yes. At this time, in we had opportunity to ask questions about each presentation separately, and so at this time, we have time for questions and comments about the budget priority and imperative presentations as a whole. The directors and city team members who have presented their presentations are still on the line, and then we will also have time to continue questions and deliberations on May 3rd as well, and so we can use this time for initial deliberation and for clarifying of questions that we'd like to bring forward to May 3rd. So with that, Mr. Good or Councillor Goodhouse, did you have a specific question or comment that you would like to start with?
I think this, too, I brought up the one that I'd like to look a little further into the emergency fund, have Director LaFrance give us some options of where a fund should be at for a city like ours, what other cities do, and how other cities really kind of allocate money towards that. So I think that would be something that'd be great to come back to us, this budget committee, to talk about. And then the other part, the PSAB is a I'm completely in favor. Definitely needed, and it's a great program. But I want to know overall what we spent and what we plan on spending on it, and where the money's coming from, and how that's going to affect our overall financial budget through the years. When we initially did it, said there was going to be some cost, but it keeps adding up and adding up. So I just want to know, just being fiscal stewards of the citizens' money, where that money's coming from, how much it's going to cost overall, how much we spent, and how that affects the overall budget throughout the years.
So for clarification, Councillor Goodhouse, are those questions that you'd like answered at this time, or questions that you'd like more information to be gathered and presented at the May 3rd meeting so that we have more information to have that discussion?
However this process is, I don't know if we're meant to go through all those right now, or if that's something that staff needs to come back with more. So I don't know. Those are just areas I'd like to dig into more and have more discussion and have more information from staff on.
Absolutely.
Chair, this is Steve Reimer, and I would suggest that these are on our list already for follow-up for May 3rd. I don't think we're prepared today to be able to answer those in detail, but we would be on May 3rd.
Okay, thank you. So, Council President Lube.
Thank you, Chair Voigt. I'd actually like to have a conversation as a budget committee on, John's topic or Councilor Goodhouse's topic on the emergency fund. I'm not in disagreement that it's not a good idea. I have some serious concerns about us trying to fund it in the middle of us trying to use it. It sort of feels like, we should be using the fund in the middle of the emergency and really having this discussion on the once we're a little farther out of it and need to be replenishing it. So I have some concerns over trying to figure out how to simultaneously use it and maybe add some funding to it. I'm just a little confused about that. And so I was curious if we could have a discussion on it as a budget committee. And then I have another question specifically, but if we could just have that, discussion on the emergency funds first, that would be something I would appreciate.
Yes, we can engage in that, and then I will make a note to come back to you for additional comment and additional questions. And Mayor Snyder, I saw that your hand was up. Is this in response to the emergency fund question, or would you like me to make a note to come back to you for additional comment
It's both.
about a different topic?
Yeah, no, I have thoughts and comment on the emergency fund, and I guess I'll say this just one time this year. I said it a few years ago and kind of lost the battle or the intellectual discussion at the time, but I will point it out again that to me, whether we have money in a savings account that we call an emergency reserve, or whether that same money is sitting in an undesignated reserve, to me is a lot more academic than it is practical. The money, it's like having two savings accounts instead of one. I just don't see, and I continue to not see the actual practical value of this exercise. I understand the concept, and if it meant that we did something different with the money, I guess I would maybe consider it more. And again, I won't repeat myself because I've said this in many years prior conversations, and in some of those years it kind of resonated with people, and then there was a year in which this was created, and that's fine. But I will just make that one comment that I view this kind of like just moving money around without an actual significant meaningful purpose and I mean that in the way of like, does something actually change, and what is the actual benefit to the people, and whether it's in savings account A or B, I'm not really sure it matters.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider. Would you like, or Director LaFrance, are you able to respond to that? I know I'm curious to know more.
As Mr. Reimer was saying, I think this would be a good discussion item for May 3rd.
Can you explain the difference between money available in the undesignated fund versus money available in the emergency fund, and if there is a distinction in terms of how they're spent or how they're I guess that was my question. Can you share some additional information there? Is
Sure.
that a question that you're prepared to answer at this time?
I can give a brief overview answer, and then we could, if we want to dive into it more, we can. As I was mentioning during the forecast presentation, when I went through the various components of the general fund balance, the emergency reserve and undesignated fund balance do share some common funds. And if we do decide, at least in the near term, if we do decide to increase the emergency reserve, that would be coming from our undesignated fund balance. Where it could potentially have some difference is in the future, much like the cash requirement reserve. We make sure that we're maintaining reserves that at least don't go below that cash requirement reserve. And with $1 million emergency reserve, we now try and make sure that we maintain fund balance that exceeds not just the cash requirement, but also that $1 million. So from a planning standpoint, it means that our reserves need to be at a higher level than they would be at a lower emergency reserve amount. So how you would fund an increase in emergency reserve, Mayor Schneider is completely correct. It would come from our undesignated. Where it could make a difference from a financial planning standpoint is in the out years and in the future.
Toby, couldn't you have the same effect by just saying you're going to have a higher reserve requirement in the undesignated reserve? I mean, or undesignated, reserves. I mean, it just seems like this is just such an academic thing. Again, I should probably not speak more about it because I've already said my piece, but it just seems so academic to me.
And I would say in terms of how you calculate the total dollar amounts in our reserves, yes. The other piece of it, and this is something that Budget Committee can make some distinctions on, and that we do if you go to the page 364 of the budget document, we make the distinction of how the emergency reserve can be used. Undesignated reserve really can be used for any purpose that the Budget Committee so desires. The emergency reserve is, and I'll just read from this, so this reserve is intended to help the city bridge revenue slowdown caused by a recession or other unforeseen, and has historically been set at $1 million since its creation with the fiscal year 2018 budget. It then goes on to talk about how we actually utilized it due to COVID. So it is set aside for those types of unforeseen events, whereas an undesignated reserve could be used for really any short-term, one-time type of activity that Budget Committee and Council determines.
Thank you, Director LaFrance, for that additional information, and Mayor Snyder for your questions. Councilor Goodhouse.
Yes, kind of has been answered now. I was going to give clarification to what Council President Lube was saying. I was saying not that we need to right now while we're using the emergency fund look at increasing it, but I at least want to have a discussion and a plan going forward of what we would want that amount to be and what we want to start working towards. Just at least getting the conversation started, looking going forward. Of course, you don't want to add to it when you're using it, but going forward. And then Director LaFrance said exactly what I was say as far as the difference. The emergency fund, in my mind, when we got it started and I pushed for, was really to have that separate layer of transparency, where that'd be our last amount of money, where it was for an emergency, where things were, really tough, a huge emergency or something happened, and you have to do that extra vote from council to use. Many times we have something that comes to council to us that's from the reserve account, so we just easily transfer that right over, as far as that's just regular money to use from the general fund. The emergency fund really is meant for only specific areas or specific situations. And that's why it's so important. And I know, talking many times offline with Director LaFrance, that's a regular accounting practice, is really to have that separate emergency fund designation and have that there. And many cities have that designated in there and have that as part of their being a fiscally responsible city, to have that separate amount. And that's why I was wanted to talk about the discussion, because many cities actually set an amount up of what their, either 1 or 2 years of operating costs, or they find out a certain portion that goes to it. So if they have to really pay for staff for a year to keep the city running where income's not coming in, that's there. So that's where the designation, and that's why it's so important to have it in that separate emergency fund account.
Thank you, Mr. Goodhouse. Councilor Newton.
Thank you. I had similar questions and thoughts as Mayor Snyder, and I wonder if it's the way we approach how we fund emergencies. For example, we are going forward into this budget process $200,000 down in what we allocated for emergencies, and it might be that there's a way to restructure what we call, unanticipated. What's the term for that? Director LaFrance, and it might be a way undesignated, that's right, for unanticipated expenses. There might be a way to structure that so we're very careful each budget year to evaluate, okay, what have we needed to, expend? We had COVID, so we've really got to look at that. I have similar concerns or questions as the mayor, because the process we use is technically the same. I mean, we have more limits on the emergency fund, but it has to be appropriated the same way by the council. So I too think there might be a way we could do it without having a separate fund, but obviously I'm interested in the thoughts of others. But I just wanted to say that I did have the same thought process and questions as Mayor Snyder about it.
Thank you, Councilor Newton. So what I'm hearing, to summarize in terms of what would be action now and what would be action later, I heard questions from Councilor Goodhouse about looking at the size of the emergency fund and what is appropriate for the size of our city. And I'm hearing that would be something that would not get updated for this 2021-2022 budget, but would be something, because we're actively using it, but would be something that would be considered and discussed before the next budget cycle. Councilor Goodhouse, does that accurately summarize what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other conversation that I'm hearing is in terms of the distinction between the emergency fund and the undesignated money, in terms of the question of if they should be separate funds or if they should be combined. And I guess my question for Mr. LaFrance or any other, no additional questions at that time, but I'm hearing that that is the central issue that we're being talked about. And then I guess Mr. Goodhouse or Councillor Goodhouse, perhaps if it doesn't specifically affect this budget year, perhaps we could make, as a budget committee, make a recommendation to city staff, to council, to have additional conversations on that so that it can be discussed before the next budget cycle. Does that, so Councillor Goodhouse, does that sound like an appropriate suggestion, one you are willing to work with?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I guess I do know that Council President Lube has an additional question. So at this time, I'd like to ask members of the Budget Committee, in terms of that structuring, in terms of what we budget for and how money is spent, that differentiation between the emergency fund versus the undesignated fund. Does this feel like something that's important for us to address the bookkeeping part of it because of the implications of how money is spent for this budget cycle? Whichever members of the Budget Committee would like to weigh in on that question in terms of prioritizing and continuing this discussion.
This is Chris Bentz. I feel fairly indifferent. I think I'm in line with the mayor's view on this one.
Okay.
Hey, this is Tim. Yeah, I'm kind of aligned with Chris on this. To me, this is more of a bookkeeping exercise, it feels like. While I do appreciate Mayor Snyder's comments of it feels like we're maintaining, multiple savings accounts when maybe we just need one. I appreciate that, but I kind of defer to Toby in terms of what he feels is the best way to kind of track how we're maintaining these. So, but to me, either way, the dollar amount is what matters more so than which account we keep it in, from my perspective.
Okay, so in terms of bringing it back to Mayor Snyder and Council President Lube, in terms of priorities and continuing this conversation, and specifying where in the budget things are, I guess, is this, would we like to continue discussion on the how and why, or would someone like to make a motion to amend the budget, or a recommendation to save amendments for May 3rd?
It sounded like the staff were going to bring something back on May 3rd. Is that everybody's understanding? Maybe we should allow them to do that and continue the conversation at that time when more information has been brought back. Just a suggestion.
Yes. Okay. So to clarify, in terms of what we're asking of city staff, Councillor Goodhouse acknowledged that his question in terms of the amount would not be something that would affect this budget cycle, but would be affected in additional fiscal years and additional budgets. And so that piece of information does not need to be researched and brought back at this time. Am I hearing that correctly, Mr. Goodhouse?
What I'm saying is we wouldn't implement it this time, but I would like to have Director LaFrance come back and do a presentation to us of what other cities do and what prudent fiscal accounting practices are. And like I said, when I've talked with him many times, he said it's a prudent factor to have a designated emergency fund that can only be used for those emergencies with a separate vote. And that shows a transparency to the citizens that we're using that. So just have a presentation come back and show us what other cities, what amount they have that emergency fund, the total amount be, and how they usually add to it, whether it be 2% of operating costs go to that every year or something. But just give us some of those ideas of what other cities do for when they finally hit an amount that it should be, and how they kind of add to it and how they use it.
So thank you for that. So we will table this discussion until May 3rd when we have additional information on that. I wanted to return to Councilor Lube, or Council President Lube, for the additional question that you had mentioned.
Thank you, and thank you for the discussion, everyone. My question is actually for Library Director Bernard. It has to do with the line item explanation of changes. I noticed that there was a reduction in the books and circulation materials by 20%, and I know that's to reflect the last couple of years and actual spendings. And I know this past year has certainly been not a prime example of, behaviors. I think the library has shown to be so important to our community, and especially the Library of Things. And last year, we specifically voted to add hotspots, to kind of address the digital divide. And I'm just wondering, with all of those things, should we really be doing the reduction? Is there other things that we can do to help a little bit more with our, strategic vision? So I'm curious about that, especially, ebooks and all that kind of stuff. So if you could just address that, please.
Sure, and I'm actually going to ask for Director LaFrance's help here because it was not an intentional reduction of materials. So I'm not sure how it's showing up in the budget, but that was not an intentional. We did have a carryover from the previous fiscal year, and I wonder if that is what is throwing that number off. And hopefully Director LaFrance can illuminate that.
And so, and Director Bernard just nailed it. And I believe in the line item description I sent out to all of Budget Committee, I said that I brought it back in line with prior years. It's bringing it back in line with prior years because there was a one-time use that we've had of some library donations and bequests that the library's been using towards materials, et cetera. And so that's not in the fiscal year 22 budget at this time. So that, again, it brings it. So fiscal year 21 is about $100,000 higher than it is in fiscal year 22. And it's that one-time use of some library donations and bequest funds, as well as some of the actions that Budget Committee took last year.
Is there another city team member that wanted to provide additional information? Okay. Not hearing at this time. I am going to turn it over to Mayor Snyder in a moment. I guess I want to include the fact that we will be going over a list of additional topics that we are following up on. May 3rd was intended to go over at the end of the day. So at this time, mainly focusing questions on the leadership team so we have enough information to have our deliberations on May 3rd or be able to have the additional information brought to us so we can be informed on May 3rd. So Mayor Snyder.
Two things. One, I guess I want to get the rest of the Budget Committee's read on this discussion about the homeless outreach and whether that's most effective using a community service officer or whether we should be considering or asking staff to evaluate whether other options may be viable. I'm kind of indifferent on it, but I at least want to raise it for discussion. And in the past, I think I discussed earlier about sort of the prior approach to that. So I'd be curious to know what others think and whether we want staff to come back with some other things to think about at a future meeting. The other thing is we only got one piece of public comment today. It was from Sean Martinez, who lives near 65th and Taylor's Ferry, and was commenting about making sure we prioritize walkability and transit support. And I just want to re-raise that and make sure that we feel like we're being responsive to his comments and considering those as we think through the budget. I think we are from a walkability standpoint and from a transit standpoint, but I did want to just raise that because I think when a member of the public takes the time and effort to give us testimony with how little we get, we should give it a lot of attention.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Schneider. So the question that I will put to the Budget Committee members at this time is we did have public comments, as Mayor Schneider just said, about pedestrian-friendly bikeability and public transit. One commenter talking about it in general and another commenter drawing attention to the additional need around the boundary areas. We also had public comment regarding Municipal Bank, City Gardens, although I believe that one has been directly and fully addressed, the co-op and water costs. So in terms of an ask to the committee at this time is, what additional information would you need on any of those topics in order to have a full deliberation with those on May 3rd? Yes, Councillor Newton.
Yeah, really quick. I was thinking this might come up under the CIP presentation, but it might be good to, I know we're looking at sidewalks and funding safe routes to schools and areas that would be served because of equity issues. So I think it might be helpful to review that, how we're making those decisions in terms of where we focus access to transit, safe routes to schools, and I was thinking that might be covered under the capital improvement program, but I think that's an important topic to cover because we cannot fund every sidewalk, transit connection, park connection. And so I know we've done some mapping around that. So I think a review of that, I made a note, it's one of my 40 stickies in my paper budget, to look at, to just have staff review how we establish those priorities going forward. And I take to heart I think it was Mr. Martinez's comments. We need to look at that. Sounds like they rely on trails and sidewalks to get to school and those kinds of things. But I think a review of how we set priorities would be helpful.
Thank you. So, Ms. Lutz, I see that you have a question or a comment as well. I know that we intended to do a summary of questions for May 3rd, or topics that we're bringing up for May 3rd at the end of the day, and with the discussion going on now, I'm thinking that in addition to whatever comment you are making, if we could do a review of the issues that have already been identified for follow-up so that the committee can be clear of what's already there, and then we will go through the CIP. I want to make sure we have time to get through the CIP presentation and the discussion of emerging issues, and then any additional need for information that we identify in those two areas we can add to that list.
I just wanted the committee to know quickly that Mr. Martinez also put through a written public testimony, and so that would fall under the May 3rd meeting. So we will bring that written testimony back with the proper response as well to May 3rd. And so did you say that you wanted me to go over what I have for them to bring back?
Yes, please.
Okay. So right now I've got emergency reserve. I've got the PSAB overall. What have we spent and how much are we spending and where's the money coming from? How will it affect the overall budget? I've got a question on storage of the fireworks, 4th of July. And I've got access, focus on transit, safe routes to schools. How are we prioritizing these activities? And then with the emergency fund specifically, how do we fund it? How do we use it? Undesignated money versus combined or separate? Perhaps make a recommendation to council before the next budget cycle.
Okay, thank you for that. The additional notes that I have would be a review of the COVID recovery assumptions that had been made on past information and that are currently being updated. If I'm sure that city team members were making that on most up-to-date information that I had, but just a moment to review, check in, see if any differences in assumptions would be better to make at this time. And then also a discussion on the community service officer for outreach in terms of, because looking at that would also be a budgeting thing in terms of where that money comes from. And then additional questions on looking into the Washington County mental health team. If that were to be funded, where would that money come from on an ongoing idea or on an ongoing basis, although potentially that would be a better question for later. And then also a request or a discussion from Mr. Wyatt about if the council and the committee wants to implement and invest in the GIS equity tracking, looking at, how much additional cost that would be or need to be budgeted for to have staff, make time and do projects along with that. Is there, yes, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair Voigt. And perhaps a reminder that council sets policy and not delve deep into administrative operations. So if I could ask that we look with that lens on this list, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Are there any additional questions from the committee about the presentations that we heard earlier today? Okay, I'm seeing a comment from Director LaFrance, and then if there's no additional comments after that, we will move into the CIP presentation. So Director LaFrance.
Yes, just a process comment. Towards the end of the meeting, or before we end the meeting today, on the list of potential items we could be talking about on May 3rd, and incorporating Councillor Shaw's comment, there was a lot there. I think some of it has been answered, to a certain level, and whether or not we want to go deeper into answering some of those questions. And so we'll just want to make sure that the Tigard team has the clarity in exactly what it is, what are the questions we are answering on some of these issues. If the budget committee as a whole decides that you want us to present information and it'll help you deliberate in your next two meetings towards eventually approving a budget with any changes that you recommend. So just asking for some clarity before the end of the meeting today.
Yes, Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Shaw and Director LaFrance for providing reminders of scope and focus. At this time, I'd like us to move to the CIP presentation and question and answer center. So City Engineer Lori Fea, would love to hear, or would appreciate to hear from you at this time.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Hello, Budget Committee. I'm Lori Fea. I'm the City Engineer, and I'll try to make this brief. I know we're running low on time and it's getting late in the afternoon. The capital improvement plan is very important. It represents, just in FY22, the potential expenditure of about $78 million. So that's a lot of taxpayer and ratepayer money, and I want to be cognizant of the importance of spending that well. I'll just note that the CIP is a little bit different beast in the budget document because it represents a 6-year plan. So in general, the budget document is council is approving a budget to spend in FY22, but the CIP also represents 5 more years of planned expenditures. So they're not completely approved, but it's like this is, at this point in time, this is what we would forecast doing and what we would forecast the priorities to be over not just 1 year, but 6 years, so we can look that far ahead. And part of that is because a lot of capital projects don't just take 1 year to implement or just one fiscal year. In fact, we always run into the problem of, unfortunately, our fiscal year system is such that we end one fiscal year on June 30th, we start the next one on July 1st. That's right in the middle of the construction season. And it's always super fun for us to estimate exactly how many dollars we're going to spend this fiscal year versus next, because it can really vary over those couple of months. Let's see, why don't we go to the first real slide? Thank you. Oh, this is less information than I had submitted. Okay. Let's see, the first thing I'd like to do is do a quick overview of how we developed the CIP, and I'll try to address some of Councillor Newton's questions as well about how do we focus on things like accessibility and equity and a variety of modes of travel throughout the city. So let's see, I'll just say it's rather complex, and it depends a little bit on each system. We divide the CIP into these major systems: streets, parks, water, sewer, storm, and facilities. There are all kinds of different funding sources for all of those projects. A lot of them are utility funds, but not all of them. And we try to focus development of the CIP and the prioritization of projects wherever possible on master plans, because master plans for our systems are a very public process where we talk a lot about policies and priorities and needs of the systems themselves and looking into the future. So those plans, which are all adopted by council, are what give us our priority projects to focus on. So, and council recently, for instance, adopted a new water system master plan. Not long before that, a stormwater system master plan. And we have underway right now and nearing completion, a park system master plan and what's called the transportation system plan. And next fiscal year, we'll be doing a trails master plan update. Those really provide a lot of the guidance. Those are the places where it's most important to really try to get robust citizen and staff involvement, and neighboring jurisdictions, our fellow agencies as well, to input on what's most important and when. However, other things come up over the course of the year. And so basically the CIP process kind of starts in September, and that's when we start identifying for the next budget go round what should be coming up next. We identify what level of discussion we need to have, new things that have come up. We may have to make decisions about adding a few projects into out years, and where possible, we we involve existing city committees in some of those discussions just to double check. And so that includes like the TTAC, the city's Transportation Advisory Committee, PRAB, the city's Park and Rec Advisory Board, for instance. Let's see, so we involve those folks in the early fall. We, at several points during the year, we're always doing check-ins with our project managers who are delivering projects about how's it going. You know, is it staying pretty much on schedule and budget? And council will recall, I come to council about 3 times a year to give an update on the capital improvement plan and how it's going. And we have kind of a green, yellow, red light approach to that. That's information that also goes into figuring out what should the next CIP look like as well. We get a lot of staff input and then put it into the system, discuss it. We also utilize projections of revenue funding, balances, fund balances, those types of things to see how big the bread box is that we're working with as well. So a lot of things go into that. And basically the question might be, what is a capital improvement? And so it's something that results in either planning for or actually building some piece of public infrastructure. We end up with a public asset. Typically, the value of that asset is $50,000 or more. So that's kind of the basic definition there. In regards to the question that Councilor Newton brought up about considering equity, considering access, equitable access by different parts of the community to our assets like parks, and also getting people to transit, getting people to the places that they need to and want to go. I would say that's considered a lot. It's being talked about with more intensity now, but it has been considered for many years. We have criteria that we use to help establish which projects to do next. I will say we talk a lot about the different types of travel modes and making sure we're covering all of those. The newer master plans in particular are talking specifically about equity and using an equity lens. So that would be the Parks Master Plan and the Transportation System Plan. The Trails Plan in the future will do that as well. And when I mention a little bit about the projects, you'll find a whole lot of our projects, particularly on the transportation and parks lists, have a really strong component of either like filling in some gaps, serving underserved areas, those types of things. So I'll try to remember to mention those as well. Let's see. So basically in FY21, so the current fiscal year, we're working on 64 projects and programs. And I mentioned both projects and programs. Projects are kind of like one-time things, like build a sidewalk, build a park, something like that. Programs are ongoing things, but are still producing capital infrastructure. So for instance, we have major maintenance programs where we're conducting a whole bunch of like backlog infrastructure fixes in parks or things like that. Or we have programs like the annual pavement management program, where we're over and over again maintaining our assets so they stay in good condition and don't get to the point of being so bad that it's super expensive to fix them. Let's see, I mentioned all the different types of systems. I anticipate we'll have about 19 projects completed. So again, that does not include the programs because those go on year after year. The rest of those are, like I said, either ongoing programs or they're projects that won't be completed by June 30th. So they're ongoing. And I'll just note a few highlights from FY21 that I think are particularly important. Let's see, the pavement management program is a big one. That's our project that really, or a program that really affects probably the most people in the city every summer. We do a whole bunch of slurry seal plus overlay and a whole lot of public involvement with that. We've been maintaining our pavement condition index in the 79 to 80 range, which is our goal. And we're working on a 5-year plan to to see what's it going to take to keep it there. I think it's important to note that the Wall Street Tech Center Drive project will be complete this fiscal year, and that's that connection from Hunziker over to, oh, thank you. It was just put on a different slide. Thank you. The Wall Tech Center Drive, so it takes you from Hunziker over and around up to Tech Center Drive, where there will be a new signal. And that project is kind of unique in that it was 100% funded from outside sources, no city public funds used for that project. I'll note with parks, we'll be close to the completion of the Parks Master Plan. For those, hopefully folks have been seeing out at Cook Park, the ball fields, the baseball, softball fields, the infield project, that'll be complete. It's looking really awesome. The Fano Creek Trail alignment study will be complete. So figuring out that really difficult last segment of Fano Creek Trail, where it should go from Bonita down to Durham. I want to note the water system. You may recall the Greenfield emergency and having to repair that broken water line, which is one of the reasons why in the new water master plan, we're going to have a water line replacement program so we can be more proactively staying on top of keeping our water lines in good condition. But that project, we completed it under budget, and it got a Project of the Year award from the American Public Works Association. So that's pretty cool. It says we're doing some good work. The Water Master Plan was completed and adopted. And I'll note also on the Cache Reservoir project, that's a huge project. It's like a $25 million project to build a new reservoir, pump station, and pipeline that's needed to make our system work better so the water gets where it needs to go and it's stored as needed, so we won't have any emergencies. And what was particularly important about that one, because we're just in the early stages of the design process, is council approved an alternative project delivery method. I think this is something we should look at further in the future, but it's called progressive design build. And it's where you bring on a contractor and design team together to work on it together, come up with a maximum price, and then go from there. And it helps with delivery of very complex projects. It can help you with timelines. It can help you with just staff resources in delivery of such a big project. Sanitary, you can read there. We've done a couple of projects that are what I would call large major maintenance projects, fixing pretty significant problems in the system, and doing those at or under budget. I'm excited with the storm system because council not only adopted a master plan, they adopted a rate increase, which was hard to do. But it addresses a huge backlog of extreme issues in the stormwater and stream system in the city, and we're able to start work on these projects. So we're starting on the Kruger Creek stabilization, and also it gave us the ability to leap on an opportunity where a property owner of a property that we've identified in the master plan to eventually purchase and rebuild the floodplain along Ash Creek. The property owner contacted us and said, we'd like to sell the house to you. And, that makes it really easy. And we were able to have the funds to make that happen, which was great. And then on facilities, of course, there's a couple of major projects to talk about, but we had work underway to try to find a site for the Public Works facility. And that is not easy to find an 8-acre site with industrial type land use in our city, which is pretty well developed. So let's go to the next slide. So that was FY21. Let's talk about FY22. And again, this is just FY22. I'm not talking about the ensuing 5 years after that. I'm happy to do that, but this is just FY22. I want to note that, so this gives the total number of projects in each of the systems. It notes the ones we would plan to complete, if possible, in FY22, as well as the projects we hope to start in FY22. And a lot of great things going on. And this also goes back to Councilor Newton's question about addressing mobility, accessibility type issues, equity issues, is I was thinking through that really quickly. And so, for instance, between the parks and street systems, I'll just list off a bunch of projects that are either in FY22 or at least in the 6-year horizon that address that. We have 4 segments of the Fano Creek Trail. We have a Trails Master Plan. We have a bunch of Americans with Disabilities Act work, replacing and upgrading ramps, upgrading elements of our facilities and our parks to make them more accessible to all. We have a boat ramp at Cook Park that's in poor condition, and we're looking to get grant funds and improve that so it's actually ADA accessible. So, for instance, a person in a wheelchair would be able to access a canoe, which is really awesome. We're going to be developing parks in some underserved areas. So the Steve Street Park starting next year, followed by the Bagan Street Park, or the Bagan Property Park, and then the continued work on Dirksen Nature Park, which does a lot of service to underserved communities, both in terms of people utilizing the property, but also educational opportunities provided to students in Title I schools. Let's see, a lot of our streets projects address accessibility. We have 2 bridges we're replacing. Both of those will add sidewalks and bike lanes that are missing. We have sidewalk addition projects planned for Murdoch Street, Locust Street, 79th Avenue. We have a huge project proposed to improve McDonald Street, which is largely about adding bike lanes and sidewalks, as well as some other features. And adding some sidewalk along Tiedemann as well. And I've probably missed some. That was me just really quick scribbling while you were talking right before I started. But I'm really proud to say there's a lot of those efforts that are underway. And let's see. I was just checking my notes here of what I wanted to make sure to talk to you about. I think everybody can read through those lists, and I can always answer questions about those projects. Let's move on to the next slide. So in this slide, I tried to summarize things about FY21 and FY22 about dollars and try to hopefully proactively answer some questions. The second column is what was budgeted for FY21, the current fiscal year. The third column is what we project to actually spend, and I'll come back and talk to you about why those are different. There's some notes about that here as well. And then the last column is about what's requested for FY22. If you add up these columns, the FY21 budget is about $50 million. The projected expenditure is a little less than half of that. And the FY22 requested is $78 million, so a big jump. So let me address that a little bit, because there might be some concerns about, can we actually deliver that? And why are we only spending about half of what we budgeted? So what I want to note is there is a few key things that make up about 80% of what we're not actually expending. So the few key things are that we carry in, particularly in our parks system CIP plan, but this also relates to facilities in the public works site, is we carry money to be able to purchase property that is important to us. And we carry that money because it needs to be available when the opportunity arises. We have to have it budgeted so we can leap up on an opportunity. Sometimes those opportunities don't arise in a year. So we have, for instance, money budgeted for purchase of parkland in the Tiger Triangle, which is really important for equity purposes. There are no parks there. We have money budgeted to purchase land for a community park out in the River Terrace area that's in the plan. And that one is waiting to be able to work with the developers so we can get the best price for the city. So both of those, the opportunity didn't arise this year, so we had to move that money forward. And then with the Public Works facility, we had hoped to be in the position of actually starting to purchase a piece of property for the new Public Works facility. That has not worked out as easily as we hoped, so that money is likely to have to move forward as well. That's a big chunk of the unspent money altogether. That's about 12 million. A couple other key ones are Cache Reservoir. As I mentioned, we're moving forward, which is really great. That project's really needed. A couple of things, figuring out the alternative project delivery method just took longer, but we're in a really good place now with that. So I'm feeling really well about that project. Also, frankly, our project manager is on maternity leave. And so we've been triaging that project. We can't just like hire people and have them work for 4 months and then say bye-bye. So we're doing well, but it's just taking a little longer. That's about 5 million that needed to get moved forward because the big dollars are in the construction. We also have Universal Plaza. There was hope that construction could occur this year, and I think that was just a little optimistic, and so 3 million moved forward to next year. And I know council has heard over and over again the issues with ODOT having to manage some of our projects, but there's a couple of projects that have slipped in schedule and in price because of some of those issues. So that those things I just talked about reflect about 80% of the unspent dollars from the budget for FY21. So most projects are moving along and moving along well. It's just a couple of key things that makes it look what I would say worse than it is. And so in regards to spending $78 million next year, the big jump is, of course, these facilities projects, a public works building and a potential new civic center, city hall building. Those are a lot of dollars. That's 32 million out of it. Those will use some alternative delivery methods. They need to be able to complete them in a reasonable, timely, and managed risk fashion. So let's see. I'm trying to think. I'll probably leave it at that. I can discuss more items if anybody wants. I can come back to that and talk to you about any more of those. But let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So I'd like to talk a little bit about opportunities and issues that we'll be looking at in FY22. Obviously, COVID continues to be a topic, and it impacts us in the capital improvement plan in a couple of different ways. One is that we did see an impact to gas tax, and gas tax is an important source of funding for some of our capital projects. It also is important money towards our operations of our street crews. And there was an immediate dip in funds that came in when, so like a year ago, gas tax has kind of gone back up, but it seems to have leveled out at like around the 90% of historic revenue level. So that is an ongoing issue. And then we also use transient lodging tax for some capital projects. And of course, that was a major hit as well. So we kind of have to see how those go. One thing we did this year with the CIP, working together with finance folks, was we took a really close look at all of our projects that showed use of gas tax. So this would be transportation projects. And we looked again at could transportation systems development charges from development or transportation development tax, which is another type of development fee that's paid through a county program, could those, based on what they're allowed to pay for more projects? And we did find some, and so we were able to transfer some funding over to those sources to help us out with our gas tax problem. But we're gonna have to keep an eye on that in the future. We have had a better building cost climate during COVID, but I will say the building industry is still going gangbusters. But we have past couple of years we had some significant problems with bids coming in really high. This year was not as bad, so we'll see if that continues. Other COVID things are what I'll call the people and relationship thing, and in my world in engineering and in project delivery, relationships are super important. And COVID has made it much more difficult to maintain our relationships with our own staff and with our partner agencies. And I've seen that reflected recently in a number of projects where I don't know, projects just went easier in the past. And sometimes right now it's people aren't seeing each other face to face. They're not having those hallway conversations, and we're a little more siloed, and it's a little easier to presume maybe not as good of intentions. And so we have some work to do on that. And then as we bring people back to the office, how do we operate in a hybrid office? How do we operate when we are people who have a lot of meetings and interaction, and everybody's still kind of on meetings, virtual meetings, but they're sitting in the office next to each other, and trying to have the technology to help deal with that will be interesting. As I noted, we have a large CIP, a lot of projects, a lot of dollars. So again, alternative project delivery, I think, is going to be important to consider more frequently, and council needs to be involved in that decision making, because that's different than the standard bidding process. And there's a lot of work right now on going after not only potential grants, but potential earmarks and transportation infrastructure legislation that may be happening. There's a lot of scrambling to like come up with projects and submit them and see what happens. And that could suddenly add projects to the list, and we have to be flexible and nimble and figure out how to deal with that. Being able to look ahead and not have things come as like a quick emergency is always the helpful route, and where we can do that, that helps us. And then you're hearing a lot about citywide initiatives. These all impact the ability to deliver projects. I have on there these big facility projects. That's going to be a bandwidth discussion that needs to be had. Urban growth expansion, there's work going on to expand the River Terrace area, and if development and growth continues, it's not only potentially capital projects, it's potentially the staff needed to manage the permitting side of things. The new Tyler system is going to take up a lot of staff citywide to train on a new system, and we have to be planning for not always having people 100% available because they need to learn the new system, which hopefully over the long run is a really good thing and will help us out. And then we have a strategic plan that has a lot of measures that directly impact our project delivery folks. Largely, there's a lot of things from the strategic plan that people would hope result in capital projects. Those are largely delivered by our engineering staff, and that's where our citywide, our professional licensed project managers who watch out for the city and the proper expenditure of dollars and process and risk management, that's where the folks reside. So we have to be aware of what's going on and see and be able to tell you what the implications of new strategic initiatives are. So with that, I'll leave it at that. I could say a lot more. The CIP always, I find it very exciting. So I'll just put it open to questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any? I see that there is questions from Councillor Lube. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to thank you for all of your service and all of your presentations. I think I've always really enjoyed when you come to council and you show us everything that the city is doing that we don't always know about. And so, I just wanted to thank you for your service and your contribution to Tigard.
Thank you.
For the rest of the budget committee, city engineer Fea is retiring soon.
I'm not retiring, but I'm moving. I've moved
Oh, you're
to,
moving.
to Sisters.
You're
My husband
leaving
and I-
Tiger.
I'm leaving Tigard for an opportunity that leaped in my husband's in my lap, and you can't have a city engineer working for you from Sisters. You need to have a city engineer who's locally available to drive around and say, "What's going on over there?"
Just want to make sure everyone
thank you.
understands Council President Lube's comment there.
I apologize for not giving background on it.
Thank you so much. And Councillor Newton.
Thank you, and I'm going to miss your enthusiasm, City Engineer Feha. I did a lot of research from the 40 stickies that I reviewed with Toby, but just two things I want to clarify. The parks development with TTSD, I'm assuming those priorities will be addressed in the parks master plan, or maybe not specifically, but how we're going to look at those priorities, will it be addressed there? Is that, because there's funding for this coming year, but that's my first question.
Yeah, we've maintained it as a program to have a little bit of money available as opportunities arise, and it's definitely being discussed that, school properties provide an opportunity for potentially some additional community uses. So yes, you'll see it through the Parks Master Plan implementation.
Thank you. And I think it's a good way to provide some sort of recreational opportunities to underserved areas, another. And the only other, it's a comment, and I keep saying this, and people are going to get tired of it. We keep referring to the Nick Wilson Memorial Plaza as the Fanno Creek Overlook. And I did get his brother contacted me about where is the Nick Wilson Plaza. So I think we're referring it. So maybe we're inconsistent, but I just want to make sure we're consistently referring to that correctly. Thank you. And that's all.
Okay, so we need to...
Yeah, just make sure we're referring to that correctly. And then otherwise, great presentation. And I had several more questions that you answered. So aren't you glad? You answered my questions. Good job. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Councillor Shaw.
Yes, thank you. I too want to applaud your enthusiasm. I didn't think I'd ever be as excited about a CIP plan. So thank you very much. I may have to just take that enthusiasm on, but also I really appreciate your highlighting and forecasting what the council may need to look at in the future. So thank you for that, being proactive, and then also calling out the federal and state infrastructure plans that are coming and having to be nimble and flexible on that. Hopefully we can avail ourselves of those additional dollars for projects, but thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions from budget committee members before we move on to the next agenda item? I see Councillor Goodhouse.
I just wanted to echo what everyone else is saying. Just thank you for all your time with the city, Lori, and you'll be much missed. And agreed, you've made all the CIP presentations very exciting and enthusiastic.
That is so nice. Thank you, everybody. And I just want to note that we've selected the new city engineer. He's the current assistant city engineer, Joe Wisniewski, so you'll get a chance to meet him if you hadn't already. And he is awesome. So we'll just continue that tradition of, enthusiasm and, awesome capital projects that we're putting in place.
Thank you so much for the presentation, for everything that you have brought, and we wish you the best of luck as well. So at this time, not seeing any additional questions from budget committee members, we will move into City Manager Reimer's presentation, previewing emerging issues and summarizing and previewing emergent issues, and then we will move into summarizing our discussion for today and setting agenda items for our next meeting. So Mr. Reimer, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Steve, if you wouldn't mind bringing the presentation back up. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. So the purpose of this, one of the final sections here, is just to start talking about the key topic that we'll be talking about on May 3rd, which is the American Rescue Plan. And we will be providing much more background as well as detail on the recommendation that we'll be proposing to you then. Today, we just wanted to, from a high level, share with you that Tigard right now is scheduled to receive $11.32 million. We'll receive those in 2 installments. The first one, right now we're anticipating late May, early June of this year, and then the other one will be 12 months after that. All of those funds that we are talking about today and next week, or 2 weeks, a week and a half, must be spent by the end of 24. And one of the things that we're doing right now is trying to understand exactly from the Treasury what spent means, because there's some different approaches to finding ways to help our businesses and local community. And then one of the things that we'll want to do is at the conclusion of our conversation, ask that the Budget Committee make a recommendation that we incorporate the funds that we'll be talking about into the fiscal year 22 budget. So Toby, Steve, Liz, and team can work on that to make sure that the adopted budget reflects that. A couple of the things that we're really focusing on in our recommendation, and it's continued to be refined, and so some of the comments that we received today have been helpful. We really want to make transformative change. We want to find ways to support our community. That's both our businesses, our community members, our organizations that help support our community as well. And then looking at ways of establishing budget best practices. There's not oftentimes that you'll get an opportunity for $11 million, which in some ways is a lot of money, in other ways is not that much. But we can look at ways of making sure that the fiscal sustainability and financial sustainability that Toby mentioned early on today, we can start taking steps forward in that as well. And so those are the key things that we'll be discussing next week. Our goal is to have the information out to you on Monday of next week. And so at that point, you'll receive a little more background information, and then we'll be prepared on May 3rd that evening to discuss this in more detail and to answer any questions you may have or the ideas that you have for incorporating into the American Rescue Plan, what we're calling a community investment plan. And one other thing we will do is try to provide, once again, a high level of the different categories. What we're receiving is one category of what the president put in place. And there are other funds that may be available for our local businesses as well as other organizations. And so we'll try to highlight a few of those sources as well, because there are other ways that we may be able to help our local economy and our local community survive and hopefully thrive after the pandemic. And those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Councilor Goodhouse, go ahead.
Yes, so City Manager Reimer, on the ARP funding with the 11 plus million, if we're going to put that into the budget, isn't that coming to us in 2 separate amounts? That's coming to us half now and then 2 years later. So do we enter that into the budget of coming up as just the half amount, or do we enter the full amount in, since we'll be getting it in 2 separate amounts?
Yeah, so we'll work on the actual accounting with Toby and team, but our anticipation is late May or June of 21, we will get the first half installment, and then 12 months from there, so the end of fiscal year 22, we'll get the second half. So we'll be getting it all then with the requirement that it's spent then by the end of 24.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go down the list of our Budget Committee members, see if there's any additional questions. So Mr. Bentz, any questions?
None for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, any questions or comments at this time?
No questions or comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman?
No questions on this, but I do have a comment at the end before we close, if I could.
Okay, I will make a note to come back to that. And then Mayor Schneider.
Nothing further. I think I've been mouthy enough.
Okay, thank you for your input throughout the day. Council President Lube.
Chair Voigt is so polite calling it input, isn't she? Thank you everyone for your conversation today and your discussion. It's really helpful. And, you know, I think the goal is that we all come to the table to move Tigard forward, and thank you for your service. But no other questions or comments from me.
Thank you. Councilor Newton.
Yeah, just really quick, City Manager Reimer. I think it's good that we're going to have until 2024 to spend the funds, because I've said this many times too. I am very concerned about getting our community through the impacts of COVID, and that could take some time. Some context as we move forward in terms of what we should prioritize dollars on based on what other options are available for funding. There may be other options for business, so that's going to be important for us. It's going to be important for me to know that we need to focus on supporting nonprofits if they don't have other available funds. We may not need to focus on another sector of our community if there's other options available. So that will be important. And, you know, again, for me, getting our community through COVID is going to be the most important thing to focus on to start with. So appreciate I'm looking forward to what you have to present. And thanks again to our team and to everybody who participated today. And there's Elizabeth getting her hair brushed or something. So anyway, thanks everybody for your participation today.
Thank you. Councilor Goodhouse.
One other comment I was gonna make about the ARP funds. On calls I've been on with state and federal wise, they keep mentioning about how this is kind of a once in a lifetime pot of money that we're going to get. And really pick your projects carefully. There might not be money like this again for a long time. So I think really looking at it, we need to look at there's a lot of short-term projects, but really we got to look at the long term. Is there any big projects that we could never maybe fund, or money won't come down the road, or we've been hoping to do? And so I just want to take that into consideration when we're looking at going forward, that this could be one of the, once in a lifetime, big pots of money that may not be coming along again.
Thank you, Councilor Goodhouse. Councilor Shaw, any questions or comments at this time?
No, thank you very much. It's been fascinating and a great day. Very knowledgeable. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to echo comments made earlier today, or just now, thanking everyone for their input and the work put into this meeting and dedication to this process. So at this time, we will set and clarify the direct questions that we would like for city team members to bring us back more information for on May 3rd. We will clarify the agenda items we would like to be included on that day with a focus on questions at the policy level and with specific items that will help us move towards budget approval. So at this time, I will read back my notes, and then I will ask Ms. Lutz and Mr. LaFrance to provide their input if any additional detail was missed, and then just verification with council members as well. So the notes that I have in terms of requests directly for city staff to bring to the May 3rd meeting, I heard a request for for information on the size of emergency reserve in surrounding cities as well as similar cities. I heard a request for city staff to reach out to the folks or organization who are involved in the July 4th and the fireworks request, and just verifying that the amount of money that has been already allocated matches the amount of need and funding that their actual costs for that particular need of storage. And I have also, sorry, just one moment. I heard the direct request for information on the total cost of the Public Safety Advisory Board, including the total amount already spent, as well as the anticipated ongoing yearly costs of continuing the program. And I have also heard, pardon me. Okay. So in terms of items that I've heard discussed today, that are good discussions and maybe for future city council members or future advisement to the city team as they are preparing next year's budget, would be the question of the appropriateness in terms of what is currently budgeted for the non-sworn police outreach officer, who would have a focus on supporting folks who are experiencing houselessness, and the values or policy level question of if that is a service that should be provided and under the umbrella of police department, or if it should be explored and provided, or explore the options for engaging in that service in another way that works with the police department but is not under their umbrella. The other information that I heard that would be for future consideration is the idea of, the specific information I believe that was also asked was information on how we are prioritizing our projects, particularly when we look at, sidewalk development and those things, if equity mapping is being utilized, and so how those projects are being prioritized. That was an ask for more information on that. And then for future years, perhaps a consideration that or recommendation to staff or council, that if we continue to utilize that service and that way of looking at services to be provided, then perhaps additional funding to support that in the budget. And then also something in the future to consider in the future would be looking at potential funding sources and ongoing costs of being involved in the Washington County Mental Health program team. So my understanding for that is at this time, there are a lot of dependent factors, and if it were to move forward, the possible funding already exists for this year, and so that discussion would not impact this year's budget. So, Director LaFrance and Ms. Lutz, do you have any additional items in terms of specific requests for staff, or do you need any clarification?
So, Madam Chair, I don't have any, just double checking, I don't have any additional requests. I think you've done a really good job of summarizing. And just for clarity, the first three items that you brought up on the emergency reserve, 4th of July, and outlining expenses and sources for PSAB, those are all items that we will bring back on May 3rd. The other items you brought up are more, you're not asking us to bring back information on May 3rd. It's more, Budget Committee is interested in these and interested in seeing the Tigard team and council continue to pursue these service and funding issues. Is that correct?
That is correct. So for the second half of the items I listed would be, if the budget committee would like to issue a recommendation at the end of our budget meetings for further exploration, yes to do that, and at this time, not additional information, as they do not impact this budget that we are currently creating or approving.
All right, absolutely. So we'll bring back those 3 items plus the promised information on the American Rescue Plan. And so those would be the 4 items that the Tigard team would be presenting, and we'll all be here to answer any questions from the budget committee to aid you in your deliberations towards eventually approving the budget for fiscal year 22.
Thank you. I actually do believe there was one additional direct ask. Councillor Newton asking for additional information on how or Councillor Newton, would you provide clarification? I believe you had asked for additional information on how we're using equity mapping to determine project and priorities. Is that something that you would like to consider overall, or is there a specific piece of information that you would like to ask for city staff that would help us to approve this budget?
No, thank you for asking. I just think it's important moving forward based on the public testimony we got that our community is clear on, as we're communicating out, how those priorities are set. I don't know that that is relevant necessarily to us approving a budget, but we've got so many needs out there: sidewalks, trails, transit connections, safe routes to school routes. I think it's important that we keep that prioritization and the criteria front of mind for the community so they understand, you know, we would love to fund everything. It's challenging. And so I just think that's important information going forward. So it's just context, and I don't think we need to just spend any more of the budget committee's time on it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Councillor Newton. At this time, and thank you, Mr. LaFrance, for that additional piece that, yes, I think it's safe to say there's a request from the budget committee to have that additional information on the American Rescue Plan to be brought back to the next meeting. So I would like to ask committee members and city staff give a final opportunity for questions, and then to make time for Mr. Katzman's comment, and then we will plan to recess the meeting. So at this time, if you'd like to use the raise hand function, or actually I'll go through the list one final time to see if there's any additional requests for information that can help us or that would be needed by May 3rd. So Mr. Benz.
All good here. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman?
Yeah, this is probably a good time for me to speak up here. From my perspective, I think the budget we're proposing here looks very good. I think it's very responsible, and I think we'll get it passed through without too much debate. For me, I tend to be more of a long-term thinker, and I keep looking at that graph that has us falling off a cliff in about 7 or 8 years. And at some point, we've got to figure out how to address it. I don't think it's going to take care of itself. And sometimes in trying to figure out what to do in the future, you got to look backwards. And I found a great page in the budget, if you guys have it in front of you, on page 84, that summarizes really well our operating budget history over the last 3 years. And I just looked at the percentage increase in the last 3 years. Our operating budget has grown 43% in 3 years, and our inflation rate has been well below that. At a 3.5% inflation rate, it should technically take us a decade to grow 43%, and yet somehow we've managed to do it in 3 short years. And I'm sure there's lots of good reasons for it. if you were to break down this budget by category, or by program or by department as it shows up on this page, I think modestly increased our number of FTE by 13%, and yet our personnel services have increased by 37%. And even if you were to take into account the 3.5% inflation rate on wages and that sort of thing, we're probably still about 10% higher than what you would expect to see increase-wise if we were a private company. And then you can look at the supplies are up 64%. Capital outlay, surprisingly, are only up 11%. If you were to look at it by budget program, it's actually our policy and administration program that has grown the most at 68%, while community services and public works has only grown about 35, 36%. And then if you go further down to look at it by department, mayor and council decreased by 13, but city attorney increased by 104. The city management increased by 78, even though police, along with its levies, only increased by 39. So big picture, I'm just stepping back and going, what kind of a direction have we been heading in, and are we going to continue down that path, or should we start thinking as we move into future budgets about maybe doing some course correcting? So I just wanted to throw that out there, the observation on from my perspective. And if I were a citizen on the outside looking in and seeing these numbers, I'd probably raise an eyebrow and scratch my head. I'm sure that there's good big picture stories on what is driving this. It might make sense for us to think about that. And I don't know if it's a request for more information for the third, or if it's just something for city council to think about in terms of future communications to citizens. But when I did that math, it kind of surprised me, because I've been involved in each of these budgets and everyone seemed responsible, right? But then you go back and look big picture and you go, wow, we're spending a lot more money than we did 3 years ago. So something for us to consider as we're moving forward. The optics, the rationalization, where we're spending the money, why we're spending the money. You can always justify year by year what you're doing and why you're increasing, but to be able to step back and look at the forest and go, ooh, are we heading in the right direction? Should we think about course correcting over time? Knowing that there's a cliff here, 6, 7, 8 years in front of us. Now's the time to start thinking about moving the big ship. Because if we wait till we get to year 6 or 7, it's going to be really, really painful. So just some comments there on that regard.
Thank you for your input. I do know that I heard that similar concern brought up earlier. I believe it was Mr. Reimer talking about, yes, the long term that, or perhaps it was Director LaFrance. I apologize. I'm not sure who to credit that for, but I did hear that comment about that the reserves were a short-term fix and that long-term changes were needed. So I'm hearing that echoed by city team members as well. Mayor Snyder, any final comments or questions?
Well, I think I'll first just kind of thinking through Mr. Cadman's comments, and I do think it'd be good, particularly for the public and for the committee, to understand a little bit more about what's driving some of that. I see Mr. LaFrance has his hand up, and it might make sense to actually, I don't know whether he's wanting to address that specifically today, or whether we, whether the staff put together more of a clarification and explanation for both the public and for the budget committee. I think what Mr. Cadman raises is a series of interesting questions that deserve our consideration, and what he also said is true, which is that we very carefully consider the budget each year, and he's been part of that, just like many of us, and yet we're sitting here kind of like, after a few years, where are we at? So I think that I would almost add that, or some sort of I think we should be doing that regardless of whether the budget committee wants to hear it or consider it in a lot of detail. I think the public deserves to better understand what Mr. Cadman just raised. So I will share that. And I would also, this is a long-term observation and comment too, that while Mr. LaFrance has been the finance director for 13 years or more, the finance directors immediately before him, all of them, I worked with as well as a budget committee member and chair. And that, puts me at about 16 or 17 years of, I guess I had a break in there for a year or two between my time on the budget committee and then being a city councilor. But I guess the reason I add this comment in perspective is that same fiscal cliff discussion that that we're talking about now, if you were to go back and listen to audio recordings from 2005 and 6 budget committee meetings, they would have the same comments. And we have had to make tough decisions in various years, but I just want to add the perspective that is, I think, going to be a constant challenge given the nature and dynamics of both our finances as a city, but also our forecasting modeling. I think that plays somewhat of a role in this, and I think it's reasonable that we make conservative estimates about things. And again, we do have to take a careful look at how we're spending our resources, and we do have to make course corrections, but just know that that's a conversation that's been happening annually for at least 17 years and probably longer than that, and 3 finance directors back.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor Snyder. Mr. LaFrance, and then we'll continue with final comments and questions from committee members.
Absolutely. And if it sounds like there's some interest, and I think Mr. Cadman brings up some interesting points, I would be happy to bring back to the budget committee some information about recent history of budgets. One of the key things to bear in mind when looking at the budget document is when we're looking at fiscal year 19 and 20, those are actual expenditures versus 21 and 22, where we're looking at budgeted expenditures. And as I mentioned during the forecast portion, in the last several years, we've actually spent a little bit less as an overall percent of our budgets. And so we've taken an overall over the last, the better part of the last 10 years, we've been spending about 93.5% of budgets. And actually in fiscal year 20 and in fiscal year 19, we were below that threshold citywide. And in particular, in our general fund, we were sitting around 90 and 92% of budget spent. In part, that was intentional in fiscal years 19 and 20, because we were making some reductions at that point in time to establish a service level reserve. And since then, in 21 and 22, we've started to use that service level reserve. So we have been making some of those incremental increases. That's the quick story. And I'd be happy to bring back a little bit more information with some actual dollar figures attached to bring that forward. And I think it's absolutely a useful discussion for this budget committee to have that history and for the community to understand when they're reading the budget.
Thank you for that additional information, Mr. LaFrance. And it's reminding me, I think, you have a phrase, resource, something and resource constrained when you're describing the budget overall for Tigard or Tigard's finances. And I am realizing I don't think we've heard that yet in today's presentation. Council President Lube, any additional comments or questions?
Nothing additional from me, but I appreciate, what committee member Cadman brought up, and I look forward to Director LaFrance bringing back some more information.
Thank you so much. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, and thank you for the discussion. I too think it would be important to bring back information based on what committee member Cadman brought up. And I wonder if we might be able to have that be an item on our October Budget Committee meeting when we meet jointly, because that would give us an opportunity to maybe look a little deeper. I think some of the issues like the city attorney, we didn't used to have an in-house city attorney. So some of the changes may be operational, which we don't need to get into details on, but there might be some explanations there. So I think it's worth a discussion as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Goodhouse.
No, the only thing I think is just to kind of respond to Tim Cadman. I think some of the issues I raised we'll discuss at our next meeting on the May 3rd and can kind of delve more depth with that, but none for me.
Thank you. Councilor Shah.
Thank you very much. And I love Councilor Newton's suggestion about discussing Tim Cadman's ideas at the next joint meeting. So I think it'd be great to highlight and to understand, but given him the in-house city attorney, I think there's some viable reasons for those percentages, but I like that. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to do, I guess, a final clarification with Mr. Cadman. In terms of the information, and I heard Mr. LaFrance supporting, and that he would, or the team could provide evidence as part of your discussion. Is that something that you feel comfortable or is necessary to discuss in this particular budget process on May 3rd to work towards approving this budget, or might be an important resource in considering changes and whether to approve or amend this budget? Or is that something that you're comfortable waiting until the fall meeting where it can be discussed in the planning stages as the next year's budget is being prepared and put in forth?
Yeah, from my perspective, I've been through the budget for this year and listened to all the testimony today, and I don't know that it would weigh on in my decision to vote for or against. So it doesn't necessarily have to be May 3rd. It really, at the end of the day, I think it's a suggestion about kind of long-term planning as well as communication to the citizens at large. Because if I look at this and kind of go, that looks strange, and I've been involved with the budget, can you imagine what people who haven't been involved with the budget are potentially going to think if they do the math and see the increases in spending? So it's really in that regard that I think it's important as opposed to having information to make a decision on this particular budget.
Thank you for that clarification and for that input. I think that will be helpful distinction and direction for our city team. So I guess my final check-in is city team members, Ms. Lutz, Director LaFrance, City Manager Reimer, or any other directors. My next move will be to recess our budget committee. Is there any final piece of business that we need to take care of before that?
Chair, if I may just say, one, thank you for facilitating this meeting. I think you did a really nice job facilitating the conversation and keeping us on track and keeping notes at the same time, it sounds like. So we appreciate that. I also want to thank the leadership team for their efforts preparing the budget, as well as their efforts today in communicating some of the highlights of it, as well as Lori on the CIP. And then last but not least, thank all of you for your conversation today and guidance that you're giving us for the next meeting. I think Toby may have wanted to share something as well.
Just to make sure that I understood that last piece of the discussion. So at this point, we are not looking for a May 3rd presentation on changes in the budget.
Correct.
I actually think
put
for
that in the
transparency,
October budget committee.
I think for transparency to the public, I actually think we do. I mean, Tim may not need it for the reasons he described, but I think the public needs it and deserves it from a transparency perspective.
Okay, happy to do it. You just wanted to make sure I was clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your input, Mayor Snyder, as well, and always being mindful of our community. So yes, Director LaFrance, it sounds like it is being requested to have prepared for May 3rd. With that, I also want to thank everyone who is involved today, and at this time, recess the Budget Committee until Monday, May 3rd at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Great job.
Thank you, Leah. Great job facilitating.
Thank you.
Thank you.